Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, October the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And you know what okay, guys, I know on YouTube you could hear me. All right, guys, sorry about that. I already did my little introduction, but I forgot to turn on the mic in the room. So do it again. Welcome to the trading room pre-market show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. Couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Yeah, VIR. I've made a revision to my homepage, so yeah, I got rid of a lot of things I had there. Nobody was asking about them. Excuse me, for a long time. So just a general statement. If you have anything from my homepage that just a general statement, not just directed to you. If you want something from my homepage, by all means take it, but then save it. Okay, save it to the cloud, so you don't have to do it every day. And then another person asked something about settings for stock race and pre-market. I don't know what you mean. Well, I know what you mean by. I don't run a pre-market race, okay? And when you say volume, I don't have anything that that specifically looks at volume. The pre-market, the race that I run that is on my homepage, you can load it right now and it'll start working. Well, it actually won't start working right now. You have to make an adjustment to say start when you load, but I'll show you how you can do that later, okay? If you're still around ISKI. Once I load it, I'll show the adjustment you make so that it'll load actually when you load trade ideas. I purposely stop it from loading until 9:30. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the things happening this morning. INTS, cheap one. Did I see any news on this one? Some kind of, I guess, a cancer drug and positive results. I think it was really early results, like maybe phase one. Moment, guys. One thing I've got to do, my other monitor. So somebody in YouTube. Oh, Mamba, can you? I'm assuming you could hear me. No, you. That was 8:57. You posted. Somebody in YouTube, can you just let me know if you guys can hear me and see my screen? That would help. VCIG trading higher after its Smart Bridge subsidiary was appointed as the exclusive issue. So this is some kind of a token scheduled to launch in Q1 2026. The XVIQ token. Yeah, some earnings plays to talk about, guys. I mean, we had some beauties yesterday on the downside. So here's SFM, guys. SFM, Sprouts Farmers Market, SFM, big gap down on earnings, 21 down 21%. Look at this weekly chart. So breaking. Obi, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I know they're working on it, but I don't know regarding this new high and new low stuff. That's not seeming to happen for some people anyway. FMC, guys, FMC, another earnings play. Look at this big gap down on earnings, 30%. Wolf, 23% down. Hmm. Yeah, 23% down for Wolf. Sorry, 24% down for Wolf. Another earnings play. Don't know what you mean by that, Mamba. Spanish. Don't know what you mean. You're posting in our YouTube room. What do you mean by that? On the upside, guys, we've got GH. I think this is an all-time high. I believe it's an all-time high. It's not an all-time high. There is one that's an all-time high. This is GH. It's an earnings play, big gap up. This is the one that's an all-time high. INDV, guys, INDV. This is an earnings play. Not a, well, actually, the volume is starting to pick up. 107,000. This is an earnings play, and it is also an all-time high. Okay, so has to be watched. There are shares available for me to short in case it has a drop. But again, an all-time high, INDV breaking completely out now. Stellantis. Now, we don't have them as an earnings play, but I guess they must have released earnings and not great. So Stellantis, STLA. The next low looking left is 1031. So it's basically there. Then 1013. To me, there's just could be, a lot of potential support between here and 10. So I'm not that interested in it. Maybe on a bounce, and that's STLA. And the market, guys, yeah, the market is starting to. We had up here 687, but since then, when it was at 687 pre-market, market was positive, but now it is starting to fade somewhat. When I say the market, I'm talking about the SPY. That's how I monitor the market. Thank you, Fabrice, in our YouTube room. All right, I'm just looking at another couple of my some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday. I wanted to see if there's anything interesting happening. Um, yeah, CMBM. What a run it had at the end. I was completely wrong about this one. I thought this was dead. I thought this was dead right around here. This is yesterday's 15-minute chart. Okay, so I thought this was dead. Underneath two, underneath the VWAP, had a little pop, and look what a run it had at the end of the day. And then after hours, another run after hours, got all the way up to 725. I mean, it had some news, but it just looked like it was dead for most of the day. Anyway, we're now up to 92%. So the post-market high was 723. Now there was the close. Okay, so that's why that's why the close of yesterday was 280, 299 or so. So that's why it's up 94% from that close. But remember, it did get up to 728 in the pre-market. So it was pretty low float, 12 million. Look at the volume, 81 million. Look at the volume yesterday, 560 million shares traded yesterday, and we're already at 81 million in the pre-market. Well, I'm not saying to buy it now, Stan. I'm just saying got to be watched. Once the market opens, I'm sure the spread will tighten up. But it's an all-time high. Interesting one on this one, MBRX. Is it here? Where did I see it? MBRX. So MBRX. Oh no, it's another one I'm thinking of. But MBRX is a cheap one. It was up a lot more when it was at 72 cents, highlighting its ongoing phase three. It's a drug bio. There was one that GPRK, that's the one. Where's GPRK? Yeah, this is sort of interesting in that. So it looks like some company called Parex Resources wanted to acquire them for $9 a share, and they've rejected it. Now, a lot of times, that doesn't bode well with existing shareholders, unless they, I mean, the existing shareholders might say, well, it's worth a lot more money, and I'm sure they're happy that it got rejected. But it's interesting that it's rallied on that 25%. Of course, it could just be posturing and seeing if they up the bid. No kidding, JTV. No kidding. This is a little hoarse this morning. Meta. Okay, let's take a look at Meta. You were talking about Meta, William. Wow, yeah, it's a big move. That is a big move. It's a big, big, big move. 10% move. We don't often see that. It's an earnings play. We don't often see that from a company with 2.2 billion in the float. That's a big move. You're right, William. Through the 200-day moving average, also. I mean, it's dragging the SPY down. Wow, no kidding. That is a big move. Remember when Flowers did this? We were calling this a pseudo meme stock, because we couldn't see any other reason for the move. Just a low float with a high short float percent. So, William, here's a few for you, probably. I mean, the SFM, the Wolf, WOLF, FMC. These are just stocks that have been beaten up on earnings today. All right, 913. Well, let me take it. So the Dow was down a little yesterday. The SPY was basically flat. Qs are up a little. So let me take a look at XLE Energy, see how close it is to the 200-day moving average. And again, close, but not so close above it. And it's basically flat right now. XLV, healthcare, still moving away. Actually not, a little downturn yesterday, but still above that 200-day moving average. Staples, XLP. Yeah, really moving away now. Look at that. Really moving away. That's by far now the weakest sector. It's probably the only major sector underneath the 200-day moving average. And actually, even here when it was underneath, okay, at least it was not moving away. But that's a big down move yesterday. Consumer staples yesterday. Wow. I think CMG, I'm hearing ringing in my ears here. CMG, another earnings play. Oh, Chipotle. Okay. I don't think well, maybe in Vancouver. I don't think I've seen a Chipotle in Canada. Wow, that's a big move down, 20% down. So, I mean, some of these obviously could be in store for some bounces. I think that they probably need a little bit of market help though too. They'll get a bounce on some of these, but I think EBS is an earnings play. I think it is. Yes, it is. EBS is an earnings play. Nice gap up, breaking out completely. All right, FLWS continues to move down. Yeah, this is an earnings play. This is actually an earnings play. So I think this got into the hype of that few days. Remember, we had a few days where stocks that had high short float percents were just getting elevated and then dropped. But that's what happened, I think, with flow. I don't think there's any other news on flowers. But today, the news is bad. Well, bad. It's an earnings play and basically a lifetime low. FLWS. It's not enough people ordering flowers online. Some of these earnings plays are continuing down, guys, even though they've already been beaten up. But FMC just made another new low, breaking down through 20. Probably an all-time, yeah, a lifetime low. FMC lifetime low. Yeah, you'd probably send me poison ivy. All right, guys. Let's see. The market is 9:17, so I've got another 13 minutes or so before 9:30. Obviously, I'll get my layout that I use. And the person who asked me about races, all I can do is show you my race and show you how you can start my race, the race that I'm sharing. How you can start it in the pre-market. Any race can you can have any race starting in the pre-market. It's just a matter of one setting. But when you're talking about volume and price, I really don't know what you mean. Was it a specific race that you were looking at, or was it? Because I know it wasn't mine. All right, I'm hearing this one, guys. CVU is on the move here. CPI Aerostructures, okay, not an earnings play. Receives an order from Raytheon, no, and I'm trying to see any. What's pretty vague, but they received an order. Could be a dollar, could be $1 million, could be wins Raytheon contract for missile wing assemblies. Just not no big disclosure about what it is. The contract is a single source, firm fixed price order. Okay, well, good news for this company, obviously. CVU, pretty low float, 9 million in the float. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I hope we can find another pump today from our AI guys. That was an awesome play most of the day. Talking about PUMP. Now, I'm not going to talk about if I do find one. I'm not going to talk about it until it's made a move, okay? Because it's not fair for those of you who pay for the AI. Not our AI horrors, William, not ours. That's right. I when you mentioned that MTSR, I thought that, it had been in play before. I didn't know who I couldn't remember who it was, but you're right, Pfizer made a play for it. So let's take a look at MTSR. Well, that's what you love as a company, you get a bidding war. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So, you know, look at that. So that obviously on this day right here, September 22nd, there was an offer to buy by Pfizer and a flat line, flat line, flat line. Obviously, it didn't close. And then Novartis comes in with a better offer, like a way better offer. I mean, it's sitting around 51, 62. Happy shareholders, boy. Happy shareholders. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. Give me a moment. Okay, now load my 9:30 layout. And just one more thing to do. Okay, so these are the top 6. That previous screen that had the pre-market actives up had 15. These are the top 6. I think I've talked about them all. Did not talk about TECX. TECX did not mention that one. What's happening with that one? Not an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average, rise in the pre-market on positive data for their drug. Okay, so that's another one to probably keep an eye on. Now, is the person who asked about stock races, are you still in the room? Iski. Hi, Sky. Are you still in the room? Settings for stock race and pre-market volume. So I don't know what you mean exactly. These are the two races that I use. Okay, I can get them running in the pre-market if I want. I just choose not to. So if that's your kind of your question, and guys, I've made a put a big change on my homepage. Now you will see everything you see here is now on my homepage. I got rid of some things that nobody's been asking about them for months now, so I got rid of some things. But now I've got this compare count. I really like this. I like this compare count window and the biggest gainers from the start of the race and the biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap. So they're all on my homepage now. Float 9 million. Yeah. So this CVU 9 million in the float. So low float. All right. Now VCIG is still up 100%, but it is starting to fade. Let's pass it on again, Obi. Okay. Yeah, QCLS right here. QCLS, recent. How recent? Yeah, recent right here. September 25th, an IPO, QCLS got as high as not really. I mean, $7. So kind of a blah IPO, kind of hanging around. So a big one, a big IPO today. Okay, NAVN. Thanks, Obi. Really, I haven't seen too many great IPOs in the last little few months. Some of the China IPOs, Singapore, we're gone are the day. Well, they're not forever necessarily, but gone are the days where we used to see these crazy China or Singapore IPOs. They'd open, they go crazy, and for maybe 2 or 3 days. You know, and we're just not seeing that now. Yeah, Monica, and basically just sat down and sometimes I miss sometimes I miss the first inning. Glad I didn't. All right, guys. CMBM, CMBM, CMBM. Not shortable for me. No, it is not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Just looking to see if it's going to continue to fade. Well, that one, you're right. That I mean, I'm not saying there are none, Hermes. I know there. I knew there'd be a hand going up, saying, "Well, what about this one?" Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Fofo. That one was pretty amazing. And that's what I was talking about, though. We're not getting too many like this. No, this is super dramatic, of course, but just a couple of 2 or 3 days of continuation. So yeah, we continue to drift down pre-market on the SPY anyway. I didn't see anything in the economic calendar of note, so did not post anything. Ah, good. I'm glad you're back to your normal duties, William, alerting me when the market's going to open. Okay, guys, market's opening in less than the 9:30 open in about 40 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down. Oh, I see. Here's Siri. I don't have. I have Google. So I don't have Siri. I don't have to worry about that. So it's an earnings play. No, it's not. Yeah, it is an earnings play. So these two races will start once the market opens, or at 9:30. All right, guys. We are now open. Race number one. Race number two. Now, biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap. With the market doing this, I'm not going to get too many today, depending on what the market does, and why the race is not why nothing is happening. Well, there's one Siri, because no stocks are meeting the filter requirements. You mentioned CMCSA, William. I think this is an earnings play, isn't it? Yes, this is Comcast. Oscar, OSCR. Yeah, there's a CBU making a high, guys, a market high, 930 high. Pre-market high was up here at around 415 or so, and that's CVU. See if it takes it out. INDV, now this was an all-time high, starting to drift down now though. INDV, this is an earnings play, was an all-time high. It's starting to drift down a bit, to about 15%. A lot of shares available for me to short. I want to short necessarily, but we have our first halt of the day, guys. Halted on the way down. Where that QCLS was ripping a little, was ripping higher. So this is just got halted on the way down. And let me exhibit this blue window that you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas. Keep an eye on CVU, guys. It's at 4 right now. 4. You don't mind taking early trades. This is at 4 right now. CVU 415 breaking out. Breaking out. So again, this blue screen you see here, again, nothing to do with trade ideas. Can't see the symbol, but it is QCLS. There's the halt price at 453. And this column is trying to give you a clue as to where it could open, okay? And this is time and sales. If you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right, Path is on the way down. I mean, a lot of stocks, obviously, we're going to see a lot of stocks on the way down. Look at the SPY. SPY's down almost 4 points now. This is not an earnings play. Don't know if there's any specific news. Well, we had a chairman selling 135,000 shares of it. What price did he get? $16? A lot of shares. Okay, a lot of shares. We have some offers for selling too. A little downward pressure, I guess. Sophie, SOFI, this was an earnings play a couple of days ago. Had a nice pop, had a nice start of yesterday, but it did sell off. And now it's below yesterday's low. And the next low looking left is 28.75. So about $1 to that next low. Boy, that's CVU, guys. That is that's the one that's just taking off without me. But as I say, I don't like trading in the first 15. And again, receiving an order from Raytheon. We don't know the size of the order, other than, you know what, they got an order. What, we don't know what the size of it. So let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Actually, I'll go right to my monthly chart just to see what sort of room it's got. So on a monthly chart, this has room to 5. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high in a monthly chart. A little over 5, 505. GME, I haven't seen this one for a long time. On the monthly chart, well, I mean, there's it took out 2063. Don't see any news on it today. It might have been an earnings play, but it is not. EBS, guys, EBS is, I believe it's an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. Nice move, nice move. Look at that, 11 to 1240. Talked about a little bit in the pre-market. Again, I just don't have don't really like trading in the first 15. So I miss these, but might get a pullback. Yeah, that you don't know if you know the news on the GPRK shading. Well, this one continues to move down, boy. So these beaten up on earnings, they are like yesterday. We had a few of those that were just kept moving down. Had a nice bounce on the FI, but yeah. So the GPRK, yeah. So their recommendation to reject the takeover. This company offered $9, and the company has basically said we reject it. But I don't know. Well, the board rejected it, but I don't know. If they have to go to the shareholders. I thought, but anyway, that is the news on GPRK. Wow, look at FMC guys. It just continues to move down. You can see it right there. FMC continues to move down. All time, yeah, all time low. FMC. What do they do? Agricultural science company, which engages in the provision of solutions to growers and development of pipeline, etc. So it's bioag. Call it a bioag. Fat, PHAT, guys, PHAT. What's the volume like? Yeah, it's picking up. It's an earnings play. PHAT is an earnings play. We'll pop here. Well, maybe keep an eye and see if this holds. Okay, Stellantis is continuing to move down. This is an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play, but it is an earnings play. STLA. Let's see if this 10 level holds. Okay, maybe get a bounce for Stellantis. STLA. Look at the SPY now, guys. Big opening 5 minute candle, continuing down. That's a big move, guys. 6 point move. That's a big move. Hmm. Yeah, sort of a rug pull. Now let's see if it's giving us some kind of a pullback to a good area. Uh, so if you're a bit of a VWAP player, here's a CVU. You can see that purple line on my 5 minute chart that is pulling into the VWAP. Will that hold it? Will that act as support? Again, this is not shortable for me. So if it broke down, I cannot short it. You don't really. Well, look at it. FMC just, oh, what a short. Now, at some point, maybe we're going to get a bounce, but I didn't remember now. There's no support for FMC. This is an all-time low, so there's no chart support. I mean, there could be those of you who use fibs, I guess. Maybe it's approaching some kind of a fib level, a bounce fib level. But right now, there's no support whatsoever for FMC. Look at it. So the pump. Okay, let's take a look at pump. It was hope we get another one like that from our AI. Yeah, just picked up the high yesterday. Yes, briefly. go. Yeah, I don't think Pepe's listening to me right now, but I don't have a scan. I probably should have that one. You don't get too many alerts from it. But I've completely, I mean, guys, what you see, this is it. This is what I'm looking at all day now. No, I would have thought that USAR, somebody mentioned that, and also because of, well, the on again, off again with China, and okay, we've signed some kind of a deal, rare earth minerals. So I guess that means we're going to abandoning trying to develop their own industry, their own. I don't know. I mean, but here's USAR. I mean, this was all about before what was happening with China, but now in theory, there's some kind of a deal with China and rare earth minerals. All right, guys, every 3 months, every 3 months. Who the heck still buys anything from eBay? So anyway, eBay, and I say every 3 months because the only time I ever see eBay is the day they release earnings. And here we go, down 14% on earnings. And I can just see all the hands going up. Well, I do, I do, I do. I don't. But it's amazing though. Look at this. I mean, there was no clue this was going to happen. Look how eBay was getting bid up and up and up and up and up ahead of earnings. And I'm sure there were a lot of people thinking, oh, they're going to have great earnings and all that. Look at this, down 14%. Wow. Oh, I thought it was I thought it was FMC, but it was FMFC that was halted on the way down. Okay, halted on the way down. Remember, you're too much. See if COM, is this an earnings play? COMM, yeah, another earnings play. Next high looking left is 1712. So to me, there's just not enough room for me. VHC, let's see if this one's an earnings play. VHC, yes, it is another earnings play. Again, look left, not enough room. Again, all I do, I just when I click on a symbol, most of the time the stocks are near the high of the day, so I'm just looking left first to look at the daily chart. And if I can see a high in the daily chart that's close to the current high or current price, then I just bypass it. All right, are we? This one, why? Are you kidding me? Is this still moving higher? Look at this guy. Well, okay, at least it's not at yesterday's high yet. What a run this LUMN has had. So yesterday's high was up here, 1133. Boy, there are a lot of shares available to short on this one. Not that, but I sort of joke around saying, okay, where would you short? Would it be here? Would it be here? Would it be here? Would it be here? Would it be there? You know, every time. I mean, you just kind of met. And I don't know. I think they had some news back here. I think they had some news October 23rd, which started to propel it. All right, guys, this could be interesting to me to short. This underneath 30. What's the next low looking left? 29.29. Not bad, except I don't like the spread. 29.50. Well, it just tightened up a bit, but it was 29.50, 29.80 when I so I wish the spread were tighter. And this was an earnings play, ALGM. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, and look, if it's going to drop $2 or $3, that spread won't matter. But I don't know if it's going to do that. Okay, guys, maybe there's a bounce now for STLA. Okay, STLA, a little bounce off 10, a little bounce off 10. Look at the market. Market's trying to put in a bounce in, a little bounce on the market. So with our look at FMC just continuing down, continuing down. Yeah, CVU came right back up, guys. Now, CNBM. I'd be watching this. Look at this, the VWAP right here is around $6. Okay, it's trying. If it can get through that, it could go on another run. Remember, post market yesterday, I think it got up to eight something, maybe seven something, maybe 722 or so. I'm not saying it's going to do that, but it's surprised, really surprised me. Look at the market now. Nice, nice little pop. So we could start to see some stocks that were kind of moving down because of the overall market having pops. Just out of curiosity, how is Meta doing? Yeah, a little bit of a move with the market for Meta. Caesar guys, CZR. So this was an earnings play from yesterday, and below yesterday's low now, 1865. Well, okay, William. So you finally decided to take that FMC on a bounce. Okay. Look at CMBM, guys. I did not. I was too well. I don't know if it's too slow, but it's right at the VWAP right now. Okay, CMBM right at the VWAP now. Well, just because you're my good buddy, I am going to put a price alert for you, okay? FMC. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I'll put it here. 1724. Let's hope 17 holds for you. Yeah. Ah, man, this spread, darn spread, just look at this. The spread just kept me out of this one, and it just kept moving down, down, down. The LGM earnings play. Siri is an earnings play. You know, I've had Sirius XM for I'm one of their longest longest customers. Seriously, every time I renew it every year, they say, "Oh my gosh, you've been around since I don't know 2007 or eight." Remember when there was two separate companies, Sirius and XM? All right, guys, a cheapie for those of you who don't mind. HBIO underneath a dollar, making a big move here, 38%. There is the 200-day moving average. Actually, there are shares that's available for me to short if I wanted to. But look, there's the 200-day moving average, around 60, say, call it 64 cents. So it's right at the 200-day moving average, HBIO. And it is, I don't see any news on it other than saying they're going to release third quarter results on November 6th. But is that your news? Boy, FMC is just getting destroyed. Did you actually get back in at 1678? Now we have it as an all-time low, okay, but it's saying right here. So our charts only go back, I don't know, 15 years or something. So they're saying since 2009. I guess our charts don't go back that far. But again, so technically it may not be an all-time low, but I mean, do we really care what happened 15 years ago? All right, guys. Well, if you got our AI, I'm actually just waiting for a re-entry on any one of them. Right now, they're all moving from the original entry. They're all moving actually positively, but doesn't mean you don't have to wait for a re-entry. But that's kind of how I'm using it. The only issue I've got with our AI right now is that every single one of these is an earnings play. Okay, every single one of them. Now you might say, well, so what? Well, the problem is when we get out of earnings season, I'd like to see some other ones that aren't earnings plays because what happens when we get out of earnings season? Well, we still got another probably month. You know what had a great bounce? It was Wolf. Now this INTS was a big one in the pre-market, and another one that's under a dollar, challenging a dollar now, trying to see where could it go on a weekly chart. Ooh, we've got room. Boy, I don't know. I can't remember what happened to this one, but there's a dollar, almost $2 on the weekly chart. We did have some news turning higher after the company announced the publication of its clinical results of their drug in e-biomedicine. Okay, and I guess obviously the results were promising. Yes, I can, Ozzy. Asking me for my movers upside versus downside. What time is it now? 9:58. Well, it's a good segue. May as well talk about my homepage. So if you can just hold on for 1 minute. I do too. It's a compare count window, and it's something I haven't used for several years now. And it's just a different way of presenting the data. That's all it is. Now WKEY was getting a little bit hammered in the pre-market. So look at it. Wow. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, so just bear with me for a bit, okay? Ozzy and anybody else. So you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you can use my promo code. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And that's for all the plans we've got, standard or premium, okay? 25% off the first month only or the entire year. William, your FMC, I have a thumbnail to my other monitor, so I'm looking maybe a bit of a bounce. First green candle I've seen on a 5 for a while. All I ask again is that you use my code. If you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, it really helps to keep the rooms free. Before I keep going, first of all, if you're new to these rooms, I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room, and also what I call the main room. This is the this is the main room, trading room. If you're in YouTube right now, you want to come into a room that's a lot more active, you can. There's the link to get in. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, then come into the main room. This is the format, okay? The main room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi in that room opens it up, and I try to open the YouTube room between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock, approximately 9 o'clock. And why not earlier? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why Obi, thank you very much, Obi, opening the room at a quarter to 4 my time. And it's a trading room, but it's also a support room, both of them. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. But typically, I can help all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to people who can. So if you click on my homepage link, keep it simple. If you scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week, and if you sign up for the trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. You don't, and if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, and you're checking your email and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, and that's the trade of the week. Trade of the week. Um, If you click Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Idea and you click on my homepage, go down a little bit more to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. Okay. These are 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you don't have trade ideas, I would start off on the second video, and that should give you and proceed to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to even try us for a month. Okay. It'll give you a good idea about what we're capable of doing. And so that's what I would do if I didn't have the program. Is just take a look at these videos, and you might say, "Yeah, okay, it's worth a try anyway for a month." Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay, a free series of videos, 15 videos, and back to basics. This is for those of you who are new to trading. And finally, okay, Ozzy. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, this is what I'm now sharing. Okay, so I made some changes to it. Now, what you see is shareable. So here is the biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is a compare count window is right here. And this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race, but large cap version. This is what I use. A little bit jumbled, might change this around a bit, but pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. That's what I use in the pre-market to identify the movers. And here's the halt resumes is over here. I'm still sharing these three scans. I do not have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. Now, if you load this window right now or the races, you will not understand that these windows will start once you start. So right now it's 10:03 Eastern time. You're not going to see everything that I've seen before. You won't see in the race. You're not going to see these stocks that have won races before. Your race starts when you load the race. So is that person still around who asked me a question about races and the pre-market? Maybe you're not still around. So this is like old school, okay? The compare count window, okay? Just briefly, what it does is it takes two competing scans. So two scans with similar filters, like maybe in the same price range, same minimum volume, things like that. Okay, very similar filters, and then one scan might be okay with those filters. Show me stocks making new highs of the day, and the other scan with those filters show me stocks making new lows of the day, and they compete against each other. Okay, so right now, 57% of the stocks that have made it through here are green. That's what that percentage refers to. And you can start it at any time. If I cleared it, so for instance, what if the market all of a sudden took a big hit down? You could clear it if you want. You don't have to, and you would probably see the percentage would be a lot more red. I don't pay attention to these squiggly lines at all, but and it's like old school though. Okay, it's like like reading the tape a little bit, reading like a ticker. It's a different way of presenting our data. Wow. FMC continues to make another new every all these are new lows, okay? When you see something in red, it's making a new low. If you see something in green, it's making a new high. Market high, okay, like the 930 on high. Just a different way presenting the data, Z. If it doesn't help you to trade, then, you're stuck now, guys. I mean, this is this IPO from a few weeks ago. This is a different way of presenting the data. Like sometimes people look at the races and they say, "Well, I don't see how that helps me," and that's fine. Remember Lucid yesterday had the big move? Well, I don't know about tricks and trend, but I mean, but you can set up your own competing strategies, with your own set of parameters. You see the same, you see this FMC just coming. I mean, it's hard to take your eyes off this. All right, guys, DGXX. I don't think I've seen this one come through. So this is today's high was up to 6. Pretty low float, 33 million in the float. It's not an earnings play, so it might have some news on its own, or it's just a continuation. I mean, look at the weeks it's had. Well, a couple of well, I follow. I just say, if I see something I like, it's really that simple. But how I trade and how you can trade, Desi, could be two different things, right? I mean, the FMC. I should have taken this short a long time ago. Probably an earnings play, VIAV. All right, this is interesting to me. It's an earnings play. Why is it interesting? It's over the whole number. Okay, over the whole number. It is not quite a lifetime high. So take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go? Can't see anything there. On the monthly chart, can't see anything for a while, probably. So the next high looking left is back February of 2022. So almost 4 years ago. So I've vindicated. This is interesting to me. It may not be interesting to you. Hey guys, I'm watching this GGXX, a little bit of a pullback. I'm hoping for a little bit of a pullback, and then maybe get me into it. Liking the VIAV, it's a big float, so I don't. It's not going to be a rocket ship or anything, but it's holding nicely over 17. Again, I'm watching the. I'm just watching. I want this one to hold over 17, of course, and I'm going to put a price alert around 17.12. Okay, guys, I'm looking. I have my thumbnail chart, FMC. Here's another one that could be interesting now. INDV. Okay, it's an earnings play. At this point up here, this was an all-time high. It did pull back, but it's trying to. Now I'm going to watch this one and want to see if it takes out that if that orange can turn blue. Talking about the Stellantis earlier, holding 10. Nice little move. STLA. All right, lots of racket, I know. Mm. All right, guys, the INDV. You know what? I might have to go to a 2-minute chart. I want to see if this has turned blue. A little bit of blue here. Okay, you see how it's trying to curve around now. Okay, guys, I'm in this one. Okay, I'm just on that little blue turn here. I'm hoping the spread doesn't go crazy on me. That's all. I'm talking about the INDV. Morning, Michelle, in our YouTube room. Ah, and now the spread widened on me. So give me a moment. I've got to watch this closely. The spread widened on me. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, 40. Okay, good. Tighten up again a little bit. Just because it's this is it's not an all-time low. I mean, all-time low, all-time high. That's the all-time high up here. It's an earnings play. I'm hoping that the enthusiasm will come back. If not, I'm out to a 5-minute chart. All right, DGXX guys, DGXX. I waited for that little pullback. Now let's see if it has any room to run now. Well, it has room to run. Again, I have some of the things I watch. I have thumbnailed on my other monitor. Z. Oh, well, you've been finally rewarded there, William. 1588. FMC. So there's your bounce now for FMC. How about FM? Well, let's take a look at this one. I accidentally typed in TMC. Yeah, it's got some room. 751. It's got some room. All right. So I'll bring up DGXX now. Had a little pullback. Some of you are in this CMBM, I think. Still hanging over the VWAP. That one reentry on the AI today. I've been. That's all I was. That's all I'm waiting for. There's some nice ones from our AI, but they they basically moved off the original entry or alert. I don't know, but it's certainly there's the DGXX. I haven't gone over the race yet, so took out that high right there, 551. You know what? I should not have taken this trade, guys. I must have been looking at a weekly chart. I didn't see the daily. I would not have taken this trade because of that high there, but okay, I got lucky, maybe. I don't like to take a trade if the next high is too close. Well, maybe I got lucky. I think I probably had a weekly chart up and I saw the room to six. Took myself out of the INDV for a loss, guys. That spread just got. I'll take a look at it later on. Nice. I hope you're still in the FMC, William. Good. Another interesting one to me. This is an all-time high, guys. ROIV, an all-time high, just over the whole number of 19. Good spread this time, 1911, 1912. It's not an earnings play. Citicorp raising their target from 16 to 25. Not saying, of course, nobody saying it's going to get there, but at least we're trying to see if there's any other news on it. They have earnings coming up on the 10th. I like it. I like it just over that whole number. So again, it's like the VIAV. I'm just going to put a price alert up in this area here and see if it takes it out. Again, it's a huge float, 434 million, but it might be one of those, I call them kind of more relaxing type trades. Whew, okay, GGXX came back for me. I was almost set to dump it, but it did come back for me. And see if we get through 560. So let's take a look at the market. Well, when I say the market, I'm talking the SPY here. So the SPY is trying to hold the VWAP, that purple line right there, trying to hold the VWAP, maybe bounce off it, see how it came into it a couple of times. And it's trying to hold it for a bounce. Now this triggered, but I don't know why I had a price alert down here. I'm looking. I got this. In fact, I must have taken it off, or maybe the price alert. Oh, I deleted it. Okay, I better put it back. 1706 for the VIAV. It may not happen now. Yeah, I'm still waiting on the ROIV. I want to see it get into about the 1912s, but that price alert I have for VIAV, I must have put that some other time. I didn't do it today because I was looking for it as a holding, trying to hold 17. Okay, guys, ROIV holding the whole number well so far. So looking to go long it. All right, I've got my price alert set. Did that jump up? Ah, now look what happened. The INDV. Do I dare? Now I'm going to back off it, guys. I mean, it may just completely, it may run, but that spreads not bad now for the way it's moving, but boy, I've seen this one, this CORZ, and it's not an earnings play. This is not an earnings play that I can see anyway. At earnings on a few days ago, that orange line, the yellow line. Okay, guys, I took my good exit on the DGXX. I should not have taken that trade because it was so close to that high, but made a little on it. Now it's starting to catapult down a bit. Okay, ROIV getting me close to that trigger point. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Well, this is an earnings play, guys. It's VNDA. VNDA is an earnings play breaking down through the 200-day moving average. Shortable for me, lot of shares, 7.8 million. But would I do it? Nope. Why not? Well, look left. There's a high right there or a low right there, 450, and went around 454.45. So becomes something I won't look at. Now, GGXX, I may take a look at it later. If it takes out this 450 again, sorry, 550 again, because it does have some room. So I'm going to put a price alert around 553. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So I'm continuing to watch this ROIV. The longer it holds over 19 for me, anyway, because it gives you a good base place to put a stop. Okay, we do have a reentry. Not my favorite. A little expensive, but I tried to get some. It's the eBay, guys. It is the eBay. Okay, Roy, time for you to move. Ah. So I was trying to get this one, guys. I was trying to short eBay, and I could not get it where I wanted it. Okay, this was on a reentry from our AI. Now, the only issue it is that it's looks like it's sitting right on the VWAP, 85.87. Yeah, so it's sitting right on the VWAP. Let's see if it takes it out. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get it where I wanted to. All right, I see this one, IART, another earnings play, down 25%. I mean, there's no problem getting a short on eBay, it's just I didn't get it where I wanted to. Plenty of shorts available, of course. All right, ROIV making a little bit of a move now. Well, I'm not short. I was trying to short eBay, but I did not get it to where I wanted to. So look, okay, here it is. Okay, there's the reentry, 86.35. All I was waiting for all day long is a reentry on one of them. Well, okay. I'm gonna back off this. Well, doesn't have a. It does, I mean, it's got room. I mean, obviously, you took it right now, and it moved all the way to six. That'd be awesome. But all right, guys. VIAV is now starting to come back again, over trying to challenge 17. Well, this is close to a dollar, isn't it? This MSAI. Yeah. Well, it's not close anymore. Yesterday, it was at 99 cents at one point. It closed at a dollar. This I remember seeing this one all day yesterday, MSAI. So it's above yesterday's high now. Ah, I'm glad I didn't do the INDV. Okay. Spread widened again and boy, should I flip the script on this one, this INDV? You know what? I'm just going to not really worry about it, but because the spread could widen again, and I just don't want to be in that. See, this is the sort of spread you like, penny. Okay, this is the ROIV. Oh man, DGXX. Well, if you took it, guys, on the 550 break, you're getting close now to those high. I mean, be aware of those two highs right there. Daily highs at six. Just give me a moment. Well, that's a big wow now, guys, for the DGXX that I'm not in anymore, unfortunately. Haywire, Hayw. This was an earnings play yesterday, and I know it's not haywire. It's over yesterday's high and an earnings play yesterday. So yeah, nice. I mean, it's above yesterday's high now. This was, I think, an AI alert from us yesterday, CPSH, and the high yesterday was 441. So it's basically, oh, I'm sorry, the high and the close actually. So close near the high. So it's just 8 cents below now. Let's see if it takes it out. I remember this one. I wanted to see if it could take out that 440 mark yesterday, and it never did. Not maybe today though, because if it does, you've got some room to about 480. So that's what I'm. I do remember this one yesterday. This was a reentry on the AI, but it just didn't do what I wanted it to do. I did not think that had shorts available at Interactive Brokers for CMBM, but let's take a look. I don't think so. I don't think they were available yesterday, and they're certainly not available right now. But yeah, I mean, takes out the low of today, which would be just under 5. Look out below. All right, Pro. I don't think I've seen this one today. Pro Dragonfly, not Dragon. Okay, this is Dragan. This is the company out of Saskatoon, Canada. And the next high is around 10, so there is some room. Dragonfly, again, there's another one, right? There's a dragon, as in mythical creature, and then there's dragon. This is the name, the dragons. Okay, these are the names of the two founders. Begins coverage. Analyst begins coverage on a bullish note. Okay, target of 20. Needham analyst Austin Bolig initiates coverage with a target of 20. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay, just because some analysts, that's what he is suggesting. So I didn't even see, well, I saw it, but I didn't click on it. MCTAs. Wow, this is an IPO back here. And so this is a successful IPO. If this is an IPO, and not a symbol name change. And it was an IPO. Yes, it was an IPO. Wow. So this is a real success. This is a successful one so far. And this is out of Hong Kong based company. So very successful, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. Something that does something like this. It was priced at $4. Actually closed on the day of. It's at 7, and then I kind of lost sight of it. Not a lot of volume, but boy, what a run now. Too bad. Well, if this takes out 5, what could happen? No. So look left, ABUS. Even if it takes out 5, the next high is at 510, so not interested. Yeah, not enough room for me for the Siri. 2330, not enough room for me. If the next high had been up here at 24, I'd be very interested in Siri. This is SIRI. This is an earnings play, just over the whole number. But for me, it's just too close. That next high. Okay. Chris is. I'm going to check Obi what you said about INTS. Okay, give me a moment. 46. So Obi, you said that the pre-market highs were at 846. Now I have a pre-market high up here. That's at 821 you're talking about, or 850. Remember, this is, well, it's a 15-minute chart. So but on the 15-minute chart, there's the high, and I don't see a high at 846. Okay, so I'm not sure what you were looking at. Can you check? I mean, maybe you're on your chart. I don't know if you're using our charts, but our charts do not see a pre-market high at 846. They just checked, okay? Because I did pass the information on. So I'll let you check, okay? Maybe you're using other not our charts, but I do not see a pre-market high at 846. Okay? Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, we don't have it. So we don't have a pre-market high. How about other charts, guys? Let me just see if I can oops. Well, okay, I am looking at another chart and INTS, William, INTS. See, we have a pre-market high right up here. We do not have a spike up at 845. So that's Schwab. Anybody else? Well, you're using Fidelity, William, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say because we have a pre-market high up here at not at 93 cents, a spike up here at 93 cents. So I don't know what to say. Hmm. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, I just want to pass this on. All right, I pass it on. Not much more I can do. Sorry. Okay, guys. Well, through all that, yeah, made a pittance on the ROIV. Looks like it's more in tune with what the SMI is doing. Yeah, I don't have an explanation, Obi, why our chart has a spike up to 93 cents earlier. I have no explanation for that. I'm sorry. Oh man, I was just remember we were looking at cores just a little while ago, and look at it. Look at the jump. Look on the volume. Also, 2 million. The explanation right now, whether you like it or not, is I do remember. See, even is that we remove outside market prints from our charts, but not our alerts. You know what? The- yeah, never mind. You know what? I'm just trying to read what they're saying. Okay, guys, I got to move on. Sorry, I've just got to move on. I have no explanation. See, this is, but it doesn't make sense what they're telling me. You see, if you guys remember, around 8 o'clock, a lot of times you see stocks with huge topping tails or bottoming tails. We got rid of those on our charts because that's what the majority of our customers wanted. The problem is that in an alert, you'd still get the alert firing off. So there was sort of a hack. You could use the distance from the inside market. That's what Chris does. It's really not been an issue for me because, 8 in the morning, is 5 my time, so it's not I've really not seen it that much anymore, but I do understand because when you have an alert and it'll fire off and you look but normally you look at the chart and you don't see the spike, so that's why I'm not sure why do we see the spike, but I've gotta move on, there's not much I can do about it. You guys can complain, send emails into the, company and All right, guys, NXPI. Maybe keep an eye on this one. This is maybe not. False alarm. 110 is the next high looking left. Night. Look at the volume that came into I'm sorry, not NXPL, not I. Okay. Over a dollar. I wish there was a way more room. This would be really interesting if there was more room. But 110 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So becomes a non-event for me. Well, this not give me a reentry, and I was waiting on a reentry on this one, but sometimes this is a great one from our AI guys. A short of text, TEX. You can see where the short was at 54.50, $49 now. I was waiting to see if we got a reentry on this one. We did not. It just basically moved off the original alert and kept moving down. This is a short. Wow. So MCTA kept moving higher, guys. Well, actually, I guess maybe it got halted on the way down, but it is now coming right back up. MCTA. Not a lot of volume. I mean, the relative volume is fine, but not a lot of volume. Oh, William, too bad you didn't keep your FMC. It is continuing to crawl back, but I know. Now it's getting close to that VWAP, guys. So the closer it gets to the VWAP, if it stalls there, I may take a short. The VWAP is 1724. So in that area right here, I'm going to put a price alert around 1709 and see if it gets close and see if that stalls it from moving higher. Now, if it takes it out, I may go long. Bark, when if you're an earnings play, BARK, Bark, not an earnings play. Just under a dollar, guys. So for those of you who don't mind trading stocks under a dollar, it's above the high of yesterday and a few days ago. Where could it go if it wants to keep running? The next high is 103, obviously too close. So for me, it's just too close. Now, if it somehow gets through 113, the next high is around 140. That would be pretty good. Okay. Yeah, some nice ones from our AI. Just oh, here's a reentry. Here is a reentry. I don't like the well, the more expensive ones. I'm not that in love with. The eBay would have worked okay. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. 874. Well, I'm still looking at the FMC in case it stalls right at the VWAP. It's getting closer, 1722 or so is the or well on our chart because it's using our pre-market data and it's more like just over 17. So I'm watching this to see if it basically acts as resistance right there. Okay, guys. Okay, cool, William. News along with the data. So CE1 on our YouTube room. I'm in the strategy trades all tab. I don't see ticker bark. Well, it's hard for me to know what you're looking at. Strategy trades. Are you talking about the AI? CE1. Are you talking about our AI? It's not an AI trade if that's what you're talking about. I think that's what you're talking about, right? The strategy trades all. Not everything that I talk about is an AI. Okay, so it's not an AI trade. That's all. Was showing up. I can't remember where I saw it, but all these tickers here, everything you see here, most of them are probably not AI trades from our AI. AI doesn't. Yeah, actually, it's a fairly active day today. We've got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. We've got 8 trades or 8 alerts today. Okay, so that makes sense. CE1. I'm talking to a CE1 in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just look at my IB all the time. My headlines right here, and I see the merger news right here. But so, what are you saying? IB is pretty darn good. I'm assuming you have to click on the alert. I'm talking to William. You have to click on to load it into your platform. Okay, so just confirmed. Steve will be taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. Okay, about 45 minutes from now. Sorry, guys. I mean, I've been back and forth with our guys at Trade Ideas on this issue, so I've not been able to pay that much attention to anything else. Well, I don't think it's that good looking though. Verax is another one underneath a dollar, just showing up somewhere in my one of my tree maps, I guess. Okay, you guys are in the CVU. Let's take a look at. I want to see CVU. So you guys are going to take it if it gets. So both Shady and Rascal are looking at a 407 entry. Okay, with a 378 stop approximately. Okay. Oh, it's okay, Michelle. It's probably not affecting you at all. It's just sometimes we get some bad prints. That's all in the pre-market anyway. Yeah. So CVU, what did it get up to? This is pre-market, right? This is in the pre-market. No, I'm sorry. That's 950. So the market high is 465. Ooh, I think this is halted on the way down. WETH, I think this was this an AI alert yesterday? Yeah, it was. See the buy flag right there? Did okay, but this just got halted on the way down. WETH just got halted on the way down. Ooh, boy, I hope nobody's in this because the potential open is at 232. It's halted at 282. Now, this column doesn't have to remain. Of course, that number doesn't have to remain, but boy, that is hopefully nobody's in this one. WETH, China stock. This was an awesome alert on the reentry for eBay. I mean, on a percentage basis, it's not huge, but 86.35. I just couldn't get it where I wanted to on the short of eBay. 84.49 now. So a couple of dollars. Okay, I guess, yeah, I guess the CVU triggered for you guys. Well, I'm interested too. It's over the VWAP. That was my big thing, over the VWAP. I'm just going to wait just a little bit longer to see if I just want to see if it really holds that 4 level. I'll probably hop in. All right. Well, boys, let's go. Let's see if it really has some more rippage on it. The next high looking left is around 430 on the 5-minute chart. Excuse me. Come on, hold for well. Okay, guys, this has been a real challenge for me to hold on as it dipped under 4 again, but talking about the CVU. Time is it now? 11:19. I have 40 minutes left before Steve takes over for me in our YouTube room. Come on, get into the 20s. Okay, now here's the calx guy, CALX. Okay, give me a moment, guys. There's lots happening in our AI right now. I want to try to follow some of this, okay? Time is it? I almost should put myself on mute for a bit because there's just too much going on. Okay, guys, definitely interested in this OPCH on a short, okay? And if you have our AI, you should know what I'm talking about. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, guys, that was a big rug pull in the CVU. Big rug pull. Thank goodness I was watching it. So I made a pittance. Just hate making these pittances, but better than taking a big loss. That's a in my opinion, anyway, a big rug pull on CVU. Okay, and stock goes from 413 down to 350. Okay, so don't yell at me, anybody. That to me is a big rug pull. Yeah. Oh, now that was really quick. I was watching this. I had a price alert up at 422, and I was thinking, okay, can it? And then the minute it started, so I basically got out flat. I mean, I made just dollars on it, and I'm not sure if you had a stop in, because that went right through. I don't know how much you would have got out, but anyway. Okay, so here's my issue with the trying to go short now. This OPCH though, the VWAP is so close. It's so close. It's around 26.70. So for me to go short this, it would probably have to take the VWAP out. So I'm going to put a price alert down here. It is a re-entry play from our AI. Okay, but I want to see it take out the VWAP. I don't want to see the VWAP holding it as support. Whew, okay, guys. Yeah, so Michelle, I don't use that, but we do have definitions of everything, okay? I don't use the NR, but all you really have to do, because I don't use it, I haven't used it, I don't think I've ever used it, but if you do a search, NR, okay, and NR2, so 2 minute. So if you do a search and then click on help, it's going to give you a really detailed explanation about what NR in theory is all about, NR7, and that's on the 2 minute. Okay. It'll give you a great definition. So can you do that? Because I don't use it and I could not explain it off the top of my head. But this will give you a great definition if you click on the help. Okay. The only person I know that used it, I think, was Jamie. There may be others at Trade Ideas who use it, but I think Jamie used to use it a little bit. But oh, you're talking about one of the little alerts that show up. Okay, on the chart, you're talking about one of the alerts. I think I've disabled it because I have to admit I haven't really found that it's beneficial to me to see them. This is what you're talking about, right? They'll display the some of the alerts on the charts. It would be more beneficial for me if I could select the alerts I want to see, but we're not at that stage yet. So, are you just talking in general, the usual tech? Do any of you enter right at market open on intraday, or do you wait until 9:40 or later? Are you just talking generally about trading? I mean, you've heard me. Yeah, well, I mean, this is not a recommendation for people to do what I do, but I typically wait 15 minutes, just because I see things. I've been burnt too many times by trying to get something right at the open or even, a minute in. And so I just, even though I'm going to miss stocks, I keep running right from the beginning, but it doesn't bother me anymore. Okay. But that's me. So I usually wait about 15 minutes before I take a trade. I'm not saying, there's the odd time I make an exception, but typically I do wait 15 minutes. But I know there are plenty of people who just, if you can be successful taking trades right off the bat, if you find a way, certain trades setting up, great. I've just I've just not been successful doing it. So what was happening to me, this is, quite a few years ago, was happening to me. I would try just like anybody else. I say, "All right, this really moved in the pre-market. I'm gonna take it once the market the 9:30 opens." And I'd even do 2 or 3 at once when I used to be a lot more active. I may lose 2 out of the 3 or all 3, and then I'd be down, and then I'd start revenge trading for the day, trying to make up for my losses. So I just stopped doing it. I'm just, it's just, but that is just me. Okay. I'm not suggesting anybody do the same thing, but it's just me. And yep, as I say, I miss stocks that just run right from the beginning. Whew. All right, guys, 11:30. It's been a challenging morning for me, to say the least. No, FI, I thought William said it was trying to recover FI. Maybe it was, maybe it's moving down again. Yeah, I see what you mean. It did have a pop, but yeah, I mean, this is still now below yesterday's low. Oh, I was having I'm sorry. I very quickly read it. I thought you said it had a bit of a pop, which it did for a brief period of time. 66 up to 70, a nice pop. But yeah, now it's below yesterday's low. So yeah, it could be just continuation. It's an all-time low. Right now, we're at an all-time low for FI. Well, I'm just itching to short this OPCH, but I want it to take out the VWAP, and I may do it while I'm on my break. So boy, there's nice alert on text, guys. On the short, but, I was waiting for a potential, hit the stop and then give me a re-entry. It just didn't happen. This is one of those that, right from the outset, it just kept moving down, 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 and that's from our AI. Yeah, every one of the AI alerts today is a, earnings play. Now I'm gonna look at CVU, see if there's any like, where could there be a support area? The problem is it's way below the VWAP now, but you never know. Later on in the day, the volume is, dwindled and, I mean, it's still a lot of volume, don't get me wrong. The absolute volume is huge, but I'm just looking in comparison to, previous volume bars. Okay, William, you're talking about ITRI. Let's take a look at that one. ITRI, 114.78. Oh, I see. So it's got to really come down again. So this is another earnings play, ITRI. So it's got to, was that a misprint? 114. So you wanted to drop another $4, or was that supposed to be 118.78? Oh, I see. No, I understand now. You wanted to drop more, and then you maybe start to swing it from there. Okay. Oh man, this is how another earning all the earnings plays, guys. I know it's I repeat myself, but most of everything we're seeing, they're just earnings plays. And that, when a company has earnings, typically, not every company, but usually the reaction is extreme one way or the other. So look at this, they had down 24%. Not every company, of course, but many. So the next low looking left is 22.79. So it's basically there. So 22.19, there is room. A couple of lows right there. So there is room for this one to run down if it wants to. You know what? I've waited long enough. Another couple of seconds. Yeah. So the uptick rule is I wanted to take this short right here, but shoot, the uptick rule though is down more than 10%. So even though there's tons of shares available, 5 million, I held my bid for about 20 seconds at 22.76, where's the that was the bid. Ah, too bad. I must have held it there for 20 seconds. The bid ask did not change, but I did not get a fill. And that's because I guess obviously the uptick rule. Stock down more than 10%, you can get nailed by that uptick rule. Hasn't happened to me that often in the last little while, but in this particular case, yes. And I don't want to chase it down now. Oh, here's a real cheap one, but probably, yeah, TSE guys, but 164. I mean, there's just no room for it to run before it hits the next high. Another halt, guys. Actually, not too many halts today. Oh, this one got halted on the way down again. WETH. Um, so the question is, what happens when, like, give me an example, like Nokia, NOK, as an example. We notice that it means it's a large cap. Okay, our data provider, our new data provider, which is really what we were looking for, are showing us the low float stocks, and getting what we now consider the correct numbers. Every now and then, though, I do notice that a large cap stock. Oh, that's a warrant, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think warrants have stocks or floats. I may be wrong. Okay, I don't. So that's my guess. That warrants, there are no floats for warrants. So don't worry about it. Okay. I thought you were going to talk about Nokia, because Nokia yesterday and the day before did not have yeah, any float information. We know it's about 4 billion in the float. So I can't, the odd time we're going to get data, not the right data, I guess. Oh, ROIV moving again. Okay. So somebody asked me, was it, who was it? Z. So, I keep an eye on this tape here, and there's ROIV again. This is, I took this one earlier, but now it's alerting me that, okay, another is near the high or at the high again. So, it's possible I want to take the trade again. An all-time high. So this could have, maybe now it's settled down a little bit. Maybe it won't have this. I mean, it wasn't a huge drop, but 19, from 1922 down to 19 through the VWAP. But maybe it's going to hold, and maybe this will be a nice relaxing trade for the balance of the day. This is not an earnings play. ROIV is not an earnings play. One of the few that is showing up that is not an earnings play. Again, they don't all have to be earnings plays, of course, but it's just that when most of these are going to be earnings plays because they're the active stocks of the day. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. What time is it now? So about 13 minutes. Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, and still riding that wave down. I'm not in it, but riding that wave down. If you did take this, little sell flag right there on the 5 minute for FI, and even if you didn't see that, but if you got in around here, just underneath the VWAP, which I did not, unfortunately, but riding the wave down now. Remember, orange, weak trend, blue, stronger trend. Whoa, I'm just looking, I'm seeing riot on the way down, and I just did a quick look at Bitcoin. I see Bitcoin's off 3,200 today, down to 107,000. Boy, it's been a It's been on a wild ride. Just look at IBIT, up here had a big drop, but then a nice little recovery, and now look at this. Last 2 days, especially yesterday, look at this big drop yesterday. Obi, who knows everything, is there a short you can buy for, like, the reverse of IBIT that you can buy, or anybody else? If you don't wanna short IBIT, you buy the reverse of IBIT. I wonder if I just type in hmm, probably not gonna help if I just start typing in Bitcoin. The other ones I can type in the symbol name, but and I'll usually find out if there's a well, let's see now. Yeah, I don't see anything here, but doesn't mean there isn't. Yeah, well, staying alive in our YouTube room. Yeah, well, you're up against Bitcoin falling. So, yeah, Mara and Riot. There's Pitney Bowes again, guys. This is earnings play from yesterday and just continuing down. Now, maybe the 200-day moving average holds it. 1030 is the 200-day moving average. Maybe that acts as support. Maybe. So yeah, so this text from our AI, awesome. I mean, it's 13. I mean, for a $54 stock, it's down 13% from our AI alert. I mean, it's down 16% for the day. So it actually had not moved down that much more. But look at this. Look what it did so far. It has looks like I'd be watching this for a potential bounce now, guys. If you look at ticks, ticks. Look at the 200-day moving average. It literally almost right to the penny. Let's see if it right to the penny. 46.49 and 46.47. So within a couple of pennies of the 200-day moving average. And as we speak, this is holding it as we speak, holding it, acting as support. BITI, I remember that one now. BIT. I wonder why I didn't. Is there enough volume? Yeah, pretty good. So yeah, so if you want to, if you think Bitcoin is going to fall more, you can buy this one. And the other one was SBIT. Thank you, Obi. SBIT. What has more volume? About the same. I would probably look at the BITI, BITI. Little more volume and a little cheaper. So again, if you think Bitcoin is going to continue to fall, now coming into maybe some resistance, but if it breaks through that, $20. Ah, BQ. Now I see why somebody was Neon in our YouTube room was putting a little LOL. Oh, yeah. Look out, guys. Yeah, remember this day? $47 approximately. What day was this? This was, October 7th, so early this month. Halted again. Pepe, are you around? Don't worry, I'm not gonna pester you. All right. You know why? At least I think anyway, you know why I was not getting the halts right after the resumes? Because you and I were having the same issue, right? For instance, now, did you get the halt for BQ? Because look, it wasn't don't well, it was sort of. Yeah, the 1 minute. Yeah, don't repeat for a minute. I didn't even know I had it on there. Didn't even know. I feel foolish. Don't tell Chris. So you must have copied it from me, right? And, because I looked at it yesterday. I had no idea it was there because there'd be no reason for me to put it there by putting it there, really. Why would I do that, you know? Anyway, that was the reason. So William, you know what I'm talking about? Notice now, it should be yeah, crazy. The don't repeat, I had don't repeat for a minute. Well, that's all it takes. But I just have no idea. Why would I have put that in here? It makes must have been an accident. Anyway, I blame Grumpy. He probably came in somehow, hacked my account, and put it in there just to torment me. All right, guys, 11:56. So I better put my announcement in. Number one, on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. So Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Maybe, but rarely do I put don't repeat for a minute in the first place, you know? Rarely do I do that. Usually it's don't repeat at all. I think I've had one that 5 minutes, but I rarely have anything that says, oh, look at Moderna, guys. Moderna making a move here. Nice move. Moderna had news earlier. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, buyout on the table. Really? Who's looking to buy them, including a buyout? So it looks like okay. In talks with at least one large drug maker on a deal of significant scope, including a buyout. So, what time did I? Okay. I didn't see that from Shady. So yeah. So I'm not sure what it means exactly. Are they going to be doing a buyout, or will maybe they get bought out?
Barry.
Steve. Okay. Just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys. So Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room right now. So I will put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'll let you answer Staying Alive and the S-Bucks short before we briefly talk about that great game last night.
That was fun. Yeah.
It was fun because I understand that. I mean, I know the Jays are in Canada, but I know there are a lot of people in the States that just don't like the Dodgers. They don't like that they spend $1 trillion.
You
The
mean the
Jays
Padre
spend money, though.
fans?
And Padre fans,
The ones
exactly.
who get shut out by the Dodgers pretty much every year. So,
Yep. Yep.
yeah, I took Schadenfreude joy watching the fans folded arms and
Yeah.
sad faces,
Yep.
celebrity sadness.
Exactly. Celebrity
I
sadness.
hate it.
That's going to be a heck of a game on Friday. I mean, can
Oh yeah,
can that pitcher have 3 complete games in a row? I hope not.
he said he's ready. Yeah,
I know. I'm sure. Gausman's great though, also. But can they get to the pitcher? That's the big thing. But if they don't, there's always Saturday.
that
So, my friend,
Yamamoto. Yep.
I will let you go, or I'll let myself go, and I'll see you. Obviously, you
Yep.
have something going on at 1, so
Yeah.
I'll get in about 5 too.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Yeah. So, what am I looking at? A stock chart, Starbucks, but it looks like you went short Starbucks. Does it look like it rejected a weekly? So let's go to the weekly. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy post Fed. It still looks a little tired. So let me just see if your question again. I went short Starbucks. Does it look okay? You're on the right side, I think. Does it look like it rejected a weekly resistance? What I see is obviously a major run up from 300 to 400. So that's a 33% run up. I got a C in math, but I can do percent. And that's a pretty good run up in a short period of time, couple months. But this weekly candle here, it's almost engulfing, but not quite. If the red body would have been under the green body, that would have been technically a textbook reversal engulfing candle, bearish reversing, dark cloud cover. The week is not over. We still have tomorrow. So we shift to the intraday. And we've got I'm just going to go to the 15-minute. You're on the right side of the 15 minutes. Did I do Starbucks? Gosh darn it. Thank you. It's so funny. Thank you. So I'll come back to gold. Wow. I was really tripping there. I had no idea Starbucks would have done that well. So you're short. I still think you're on the right side. The weekly says the 20-day, 20-week moving average, 88.65 is really your upside. But again, just what I was saying a second ago, let's shift to the intraday here. And that's on your side. What's more compelling to me is you're already short and you got rejected. You already had a test this morning of this pivot. I mean, this is the 135-day moving average. This is why I use this. Look at that pivot. That blue line is an incredible pivot. 20-day weekly would be a good stop. Yeah, but I would wait and for the closing candle. I mean, if you can, Friday is right there and it's pivoting around, you got an hour to go, wait for the last 5 minutes. And if it drops back down and creates a nice wick on the weekly 20-week, that's your stay in. What I'm trying to say is don't just set a hard stop midday because they might go fishing for it. Wait for the closing candle. JC Peretz always reminds people, don't be looking at weekly candles until Saturday, because until then, you're just kind of guessing. So it looks good. A lot of congestion. I think there's a bearish story there behind me as well. So the chart does confirm the story. It's under most of the moving averages here for the week. But intraday, it's already failed this little opportunity to retest this pivot line, which is the 5-day moving average. Let's zoom out and see if there's any more to it. Oh, there sure is. This is why oh my God, this is why I use this, you guys. touch, close to a touch, 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 test, test, reverse test, pivot, reverse test. So all of a sudden the script flipped right here. What was once support has now become resistance. This is such a key indicator for me, you guys. So you'll see, I'll switch from the daily, and let's switch back to the daily and evaluate on the daily. Okay. Bit of a rough, goofy go, but it's post earnings, so that's to be expected. They did buy it back up after earnings. That's a strike against the bears, kind of like what Tesla did, how it bought up its earnings back down here, gap down after earnings, and shot right back up. So when I go to the daily, that's more intriguing than the weekly to me, really. But you need, I would say, let's shift to the daily and forget about the weekly. See how we're wicking above the 10-day? Like I had said, don't let it wick above the 20-week. Well, it's doing that here today. So if we can get a close into the weekend where it just kind of stays below the 5-day moving average, you're looking better. That's why I use those moving averages staying alive, because I'm convinced that algos use these as a key input, without a doubt, a key input. They use VWAP as a key input. Of course they do, but not everybody uses the same indicators. So there are certain algos out there. The 5-day moving average is a tried, and true. You double that, you got the 10 SMA. You double that, you got the 20 SMA. So it's kind of fractal, and then I go to the 50. And to me, the 50-day SMA, that's why I have them the same color. I've said this before. Dark blue, 50-day SMA, dark blue, 5-day on the 15-minute. They're both kind of a significant level of interest to me in that if they're above, they're healthy. So on the daily chart, for the moment, Starbucks was healthy, and then it became unhealthy. Well, I can't say that yet because we haven't closed. But if it can't remain above this declining blue line, it's almost like you have the two similar indicators lining up on the two time frames. But I mean, look at that. This is why I use this indicator, and I don't try to add too much else to it. The more I add to it, the more confused I can become. All right, let's see if I missed anything. Perfect circle. The only reason I went to the J's was to Siberi. Yep. That is gold. I'm asking about Starbucks. Yep. I'm a little bullish on silver and gold right now. I'll get to that. I can wait. I'm properly sized. Okay, that's a good point. I'm glad I backtracked to that. Your risk tolerance is wide because you're swing trading. You're not piling into a day trade size looking at the daily chart. You're doing the opposite, which is good. You're giving yourself some wiggle room. In swing trading, for me, the most important thing is how's it going to close? At the end of the day, how does it look? Because during the day, you're just guessing. Is the 5-day SMA the same thing as the 5? Yes. So, no, it's not. Thank you for asking that question. What we have on my screen is an example of both. I refer to this as the 5-day because that's exactly what it is. It could be here and it would look like this. It would look just like that in blue. But this is too many lines for me on my daily. The 5-day is so fast that if you use the calculation of 130 15-minute candles equals 5 days exactly, then you can overlay that into this kind of a window or lens, if you will. So the 10 SMA is a 10 period because it's not a 10-day, it's not a 10-week, it's the period, in this case, 15. So sometimes I try to, if I start saying it's the 130 period, people are like, what? I've never heard of that before. But they may have heard of a 5-day moving average, which is basically the 10-day moving average cut in half, which to me also signifies, super momentum on the daily and health on the intraday chart. So as I'm looking at the NASDAQ Qs here, they're kind of still struggling. We gapped down, and interestingly enough, this is kind of a sell the news event, right? We woke up to, I was telling Andy last night, we're going to wake up to a good Chinese trade deal, and then the market's so damn overbought, it might just become one of those sell the news events. Well, it hasn't really done that, but it hasn't really shot higher on that news either. So it's a long day still. You know, if I zoom in on the NASDAQ, we're pinned, we're trapped here in the Qs for the moment. We're above it, but we still got 6 minutes. If this green candle gets rejected, then we're still under pressure. If it pops back up, then this market is still as buoyant as can be. Only long Tesla, Patrick, at the 20th. I ditched my Tesla because I feel like I can still get it lower. But this is probably a good spot right here if you're bullish. The problem is I'm not bullish on the market. I go to this RSP. RSP is the equal weighted S&P 500 versus the SPY, breaking out and gapping higher. What's the difference? Well, you have the Magnificent Seven. There's an ETF for that, MAGS, MAGS. This is like, you know, the whatever the Magnificent are: Google, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. I'm missing one or two, but that's why I'm not bullish on the market. We've just gone too far, too fast, and especially the IWM. I like to play a lot of these small caps. They just can't get out of their own way. So I'd rather just go to cash than play large caps. But currently, I'm only in two things. I am a little bit in the money, barely, in QQQD. This, ironically, is one of the few things that I can use for a short in my 401k. I'm actually applying for an options, not a margin, but a cash account for options where I can buy calls and buy puts. If they'll let me buy puts, and all of a sudden I've got a whole new field I can play in. If the market stops being bullish, maybe it will, maybe it won't. But for today's play, I decided to at least see if I can make money on the fade the news thing I was telling you about. And for the moment, I'm up $150, just nothing. If the NASDAQ wants to break higher, actually, it's not the NASDAQ, it's the MAGS, as I was just showing you. The Magnificent Seven is looking bullish. Look how it's using that 5-day moving average, and it's popping back up. So if it builds on this and keeps grinding higher, I'll get out of that. I was just trying to take a quick free look, and it was basically when MAGS bounced up to here. So this is kind of my flat right there. If we break above that, I'm out. However, the other one I did is working. You saw I had gold up earlier. Needs to get back above the 5-day, but silver, a different story, broke above the 5-day. Look at that. How interesting. Well, as Patrick knows, I don't trade SLV. I trade PSLV because if I wind up catching a big move, I want to be in the one that's not the paper silver. This one is a audited physical fund, guaranteed. You're actually owning a piece of a fund that owns silver, not some lunatic silver trader at the JP Morgan and Bank of America trading desk trying to keep the price down. That's a whole other story. Sitting in cash, Mighty Mouse. Yep, so am I for the most part, except for those two. And I'll quickly ditch that QQQ lottery ticket. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'll just throw it in the trash. No, I don't think you're missing out, Mighty Mouse, at all. Matter of fact, you probably did better than I did last week by sitting out of the market, because I just kept getting paper cutted day after day. And why? Because I was trying to go to my old faithfuls, the small caps. And as I showed earlier, the small caps, they just can't get out of their own way. They're under the 5-day again. And it's a nice trend on the daily, but they're not at highs. They look nothing like the NASDAQ gapping higher. They look nothing like the S&P. So my favorite group of stocks weren't participating. And that's what's just got me concerned in general. The only thing going higher are the big caps. Now, of course, we still have Amazon today after market earnings and Apple today after market earning. Apple's had a pretty good run. Earnings could be priced into that one. Amazon hasn't really ran that much into earnings, but both of these are consumer related stocks. And if there's any, I'll just make a funny prediction. If there's any hiccup or slowdown in the Amazon Prime or the Apple subscription consumer showing a bit of fatigue, then be careful. The market can't absorb that at the moment, I don't think. So we'll see. I say that because those are the ones that have been holding us up. It's a big high-tech subscription stuff. So when you're in a swing trade and not at a computer, I don't have a way to alert trade ideas. Like if I set a price alert yet, that's coming in the future on our new products in the future, but I can't get that. So I use Thinkorswim, and I'm trying to get Andy to use it because it's so wonderful, comprehensive on the phone. I can be anywhere and get a pretty good feel of what's going on. I can set alerts on my phone for Thinkorswim. But generally, if I want to be alerted and I'm away from my computer, I don't want to think. I just want it to be done with. So I'll set a market stop midday. If I have to leave for a few hours and go play golf, I'll evaluate the ones I'm not sure about, and I'll put a market stop in those so I don't have to worry about them or think about them. Yeah, it's not, PSLV is not a day trade. It's very hard to trade silver. It gets the best of me sometimes. Like I said, I keep looking for that one moment where the market realizes that the banks are in trouble and they're scrambling to cover their naked shorts, which is really what it's about. But again, if I go back to GLD below its 5-day, maybe it'll take it out. As far as the daily goes, we all saw what happened. We all read about it. I mean, this was an incredible move. But I wonder if somebody I don't have a Fibonacci tool. I wish I did. But if somebody wants to do a Fibonacci, if they have some other market tools out there, what's the Fibonacci from down here at like 310 all the way up to here? I would venture to guess that this is that 31%, that 1/3 pullback right there. And if we can hold that, the Fibonacci is something I'll use in a broad context like this. I mean, looking at gold, my point was we had such a big run. You're a fool if you tried to chase gold up here, but you're not a fool if you're waiting and watching and lurking. There's a gap down here. But if this is a Fibonacci, I mean, if I was just eyeballing it, a 50% retracement, it looks like it'd be like around there. So it looks like we might be at that first Fibonacci level. If somebody wants to look at that, let me know. All right, let me check in on we have a new candle. Mags popped above, so market is not ready to give up anything yet. I just kind of thought we might sell the news a little bit after that big that big prior push that we just had. All right, sorry you're late to the party. You're here now. All right, Andy's suggestion of UUU. I'll say this in the headlines. Treasury Secretary said that's a good looking chart. It really is. They have earnings, however, on Tuesday, but coming out of China, they said we are behind in nuclear energy, and it is full steam ahead for nuclear energy. So you've got this uranium company that just had just like gold did, had nowhere to go but a nice pullback. And now we've got, our Treasury Secretary, I forgot who said it, saying we are behind on nuclear and we need to go all in on nuclear. So it's not as if the nano nukes already knew this. Oklo and SMR. His entry was 21.21. I think he's still in it. I think he's just kind of nursing it and adding to it if it shows strength, as long as it holds up. S&P, for the moment, S&P and the NASDAQ are respecting the 5-day moving average, but my favorite, the small caps, are not. They're underwater. I'm looking at my 15-minute chart there. As far as the silver move, same kind of a thing. I'd love to see a Fibonacci from like 33.96 all the way up to 49.40. And that blue line, I think it was like an eyeball I had put in there a few days ago, and it's 50% pullback would have been right about there. So you see how PSLV always looks different. Let's see, 50% pullback. Looks like PSLV got its 50% pullback. Anyway, hello everybody again. I'm just rambling. If you guys have any questions on software, I haven't even turned on Money Machine yet. I can do that. I haven't had any requests to do that. Any thoughts why cryptos have been in such a funk lately? That's a good question. My favorite XRP, just as a context, this day here, I believe, was just a changing of the guard between retail leveraged crypto bros that had 20-to-1 leverage and the institutions that have been slowly accumulating all this. Until we get some laws and regulations, the XRP and the XLM and HBAR and XDC, those are the four that I own, because these are part of the ISO 200 network. And so, if the Clarity Act passes and some other things happen, I think the banks around the globe are setting up to have this network. And, those are going to benefit. I don't own any Bitcoin. That's a different one altogether. That's a store of value. HBAR I do own, and they had some great news, by the way. They started launching HBR, an ETF. And so they got a big bump. But, in general, I don't know. I don't know. They just need some more headlines, perhaps. But they're getting whacked pretty good today. That's for sure. PSLV is coming back a little bit. That's all right. So earlier, maybe people were more interested in selling stocks and buying silver, but it's still midday. Anyway, you're swinging LTRN. Lantern Pharma. Pharma's swing and trade in pharma is always a tough one for me. I'm not saying don't do it, but these are the ones where you can either get a windfall overnight as something good happens. If you know something, then great. But if you don't know something, you can also get rug pulled overnight, because a lot of times these charts, they only hinge on their one pipeline drug. And if they get bad news from the FDA, it breaks quickly. So swing trading overnight risk is tough with pharma stocks. And price target. Yeah, price targets, I would stay away from letting an analyst tell you where a stock should be, because the analyst doesn't work for you. They work for another company that pays them a salary. And that same company that pays them a salary oftentimes has preferred clients that are in the inner circle. And they just kind of like to have things, their way. So oftentimes an analyst doesn't come up with a great idea and just out of the top of his head stick it out. He's usually told, hey, it'd be nice if we could get a good article on this, or a good rating on that, or maybe a bad rating. We've got some prime customers who really like this stock at 10, but it's trading around 15 right now. So wink wink, nudge nudge, and the next thing you know, a downgrade comes, and 6 months later you're like, wow, it would have been a nice buy. Sorry, I listened to those analysts. It's when there's money, it's like you see what's happening in the NBA now, right? When there's money involved, there's going to be crookedness. And Wall Street has never been exempt from that. They just don't really talk about it a lot. Consumer staples. That's interesting that you say that, Staying Alive, because I was just kind of speculating earlier. that Apple and Amazon have earnings tonight. And if I can stay short the market, I'm going to. Just see what happens, as long as doesn't get out of whack. But if what you were just showing me, the consumer staples, they've spent the last 2 days diving down. And now we're just waiting for like the big tech consumer. Like I said, are people closing subscriptions on Netflix? Netflix looks like garbage, by the way. Can't even bounce back above its 200-day. If I had my options account open right now, I would be buying puts in Netflix and holding them for 6 months. But I can't until they approve me. So if we find out the headline tonight is Apple and Amazon disappoint on subscriber growth and sales and future the consumer is strapped, that's not what the market wants to hear. But what you just showed me is interesting. And I appreciate that, because this is kind of is it a precursor? I don't know. To that headline, it could be. Seems like the consumer staples are not happy. So interesting. Thank you. I uploaded my link into Money Machine that you sent, but I still can't move the targets and stuff. Okay, let's do that. Let's turn it on and start from scratch. Also, make sure that you've got this browser, Michelle, interface checked. I would start there to make sure that's, because if that's not checked, then the function's not there. So we'll connect to the in-house SIM. All right, we're connected in green. I know I replied to you in the email, so you have the 130 pullback version 5 like I do, and save profile. And we'll go ahead and launch it. And the market's not selling off, so we should be getting some stuff. All right. 2 stocks came in, and your concern or your question was you can't move. So the first off, I don't have a lot of vision here, so I'm going to hit the control key and I'm going to zoom way out. So the control key and the mouse. Now the first thing I'm going to do is see how that target comes into play when I hover my mouse there. All you have to do is click it one time, and then the green line popped up. It's out of display. Now, when you move these targets, I'm grabbing the actual color. So I'm holding down with my mouse and grabbing the color and dragging the color and then dropping. If you happen to hit this X, that actually cancels those orders. Not ideal, I know, but that's just the way it is. Now, if I wanted to grab and drag the chart lower, I can see that, okay, so now I've got the full picture, 37 risked, 73. I'll click that arrow to click it back. All right, what else do we have? We got AIR. So first thing is find the green target, click the green target, hover over the red or the number of shares, it says 50, hover over that, drag and drop that, and I'll leave that the same. I'm really hoping that this is working. So the last one, okay, when I click the targets, it shows automatic buy or sell. It doesn't appear. When you click the target, those aren't, okay, and is your browser interface turned on when you right click? When I click the targets, it shows automatic buy or sell. I'm not sure. It shows the message that it will create an automatic order. It gives you okay. Do you have this trade ticket turned on? Is this thing hanging out? The buy sell thing? If it is, you can click that and turn that off. shows the message that I will create an automatic. I'm not sure why it would say that. That doesn't. I haven't had that experience. Now, if there's any way you can grab a screenshot of that and email it to me, because obviously you can't send a screenshot in here, but any visual you can give me is probably better because I have no visual. Yeah, there's the email address right there, Michelle, again. So, or you can just reply to the last one we did, and we'll see. I'll try and I can even check it before I sign off. So if I see it, I might be able to figure it out. We did that one. CVI. Click the green target. Yeah, after you send something, let me know and I'll check it. So I fully expected this. This is a great example of so when I bought the PSLV, I was buying it and leaning on the 5-day moving average this morning. I was ready to pound out of it, pound out and sell if it started to just drag again down here. But it didn't. So I thought, okay, good, we're off. We're making some money. So now what do I expect now? Well, look left. And what do you see? I see I'm on the underside of the underarm here, bouncing right up into the pocket or the underarm of the 10 SMA. So I fully expect noise and selling and resistance. Rarely will a stock bounce back through its declining moving averages once it's broken them. Back here, it was respecting the 10 SMA all the way up. And so things are pivot, they're inverse. So what was once support now becomes resistance. Well, right now it's resistance until I'm proven otherwise. So right here, I look up and I'm just, okay, I'm not surprised. I'm not disappointed. I just want to see it hang out, and maybe it'll take tomorrow to get through there or overnight. I don't know. And then the NASDAQ, what's S&P look like? Yeah, they didn't really follow through on that little last breakup. And the MAGS was the one that really tried, and it's rolling back over a little bit. I'll tell you what, the market will get scared, a little scared if, like MAGS, the Magnificent Seven, if this ETF breaks that 5, we've already tested it and it held. And if it breaks the area that it held, you'll see some stop orders come, and you'll see maybe some quick selling come in. If not, then we're just going to dig in here and see what happens. But I can't predict. I can just prepare for every scenario, just like I was talking about in PSLV. I was totally prepared. The sellers were going to jump in there. I could either take what's on there now and be happy, or be mad tomorrow if it rips higher without me. And I think it can go higher, but I have to tell myself, you got to sit through pullbacks. If you think it can go higher, you got to sit through pullbacks and not freak out. I think as long as Tesla remains under this 5-day moving average, I'm just going to let it be. It's just dropped right back down into its consolidation zone there. And if the market gets bad, then they take the pretty ones too. My dad taught me that one. The pretty ones aren't immune. They all get sold when the market starts panicking. I'm not predicting panic. I'm just saying if the NASDAQ can't get back above, more importantly, the Magnificent Seven can't hold and they close below this rising blue line, then we're going to see a little bit more selling. That's all I'm saying. Yes, I do believe the risk reward favors the downside. That's why I'm not positioned in a bunch of stocks right now. Because for me, I can't short in my 401k cash account. I'm trying to get options going, but cash is the best defense that I have right now. And there's no way that I'm going to risk after this giant run. I mean, let's look at this in perspective. Kind of, I was looking at this last night. The way the markets are funny and people and the crowds are funny. So I remember I was skiing in Colorado with Brian and Shannon, and we were watching the markets, and they were just falling out of bed, and everybody was upset that Trump was doing this horrible tariff thing, and it was going to lead to horrible inflation on top of an inflation, and we're all screwed. The market panicked. So down here, you had a panic of, oh my God, tariffs are going to be the worst thing ever. Well, fast forward to now and overnight, and all these tariff deals along the way, and when there's not much inflation, and there's a ton of revenue coming into the treasury now, hundreds of billions of dollars, and now we just had a giant golden boss level China awesome deal for our farmers, soybeans in China and nuke, and everything's great. Well, quite a difference from fear to no fear. So the air is very thin up here. I was much more interested. I was riding Tesla down here and some other ones. A great run because I was just sitting in a portfolio that was running more trading, and then a lot more trading, getting in and out. And it's just been day trading as of lately. And now I'm just scared to take any risk on the long side. So hopefully that answers your question. Yes, the 130 is a 5-minute, and I'm happy to share it. And just to make it simple for anybody using trade ideas, you just save it and share it. And I can paste it in there, and anybody can open it and use that and save it as part of your layout. But it is my bread and butter fast period, and my daily chart is my slow period. Yeah, Liberation Day, everybody was freaking out. The market was panicking, and look at what happened. So to drive that point home, it's a perfect illustration of how over time the market can be the most contrarian monster you ever thought of. You know, buy when there's blood in the street and selling, and sell when they're singing, when the Uber driver is asking you what you own and telling you what he owns and singing how great it is. That's when you need to sell. My dad actually told me, he goes, when the guy in the produce department at Safeway is telling you what he's bought in the stock market, it's probably time to sell. Because again, like we were talking about earlier, Wall Street, it's not rigged, but it's rigged to sucker in the retail crowd and kind of bounce them around and do the opposite. And so right now we might have a lot of people that are going, oh my God, the stock market's at all-time highs. I should learn how to trade. This is amazing. And so you bring in a lot of new, fresh interest, where you got guys like Warren Buffett and others that are just kind of selling into this crazy strength because they have to do it slowly. That's what's tended to work, and that's usually what works in crypto too, is the big sell-offs. Yeah, Michael, I can't. I had mentioned earlier, if my options account was open right now, I would be buying puts in Netflix. Puts in Netflix. Look at this run. COVID, they just benefited like crazy from COVID. Let's go to a weekly. Here's the COVID dip, and then oh my God, everybody's got, everybody's working. I don't know what happened there, but it was after COVID. But it just went from 150 to 1350, and on the weekly time frame, it's now approaching its 50-week moving average, so it's finding some support. Ideally, I'd like to see another bounce, because if we go to the daily, what happened here was it broke the 200-day after a bad earnings report, and it couldn't really recover. I would love to see one day where it just tries to, smoke the shorts one more time out, and my options account is set up, and a bounce up here into like 1140. I would be looking to buy puts 6 months down the road. That's the only way I can short in my account. Now, obviously, if you can short sell your margin account, more power to you. But I don't know if I would, jump the gun just yet. Look at the 5-day moving average. How once the 5-day moving average came into play after the gap down, all sellers started to show up again. And I'm just kind of watching it. That's one. That's one I have the most conviction on that I would actually give you an answer on. Other than that, I don't know. No, no problem. No apologies. I'm glad to rehash it, and hopefully it makes sense to you. The biggest problem with shorting is like all of a sudden you lay in bed and you're like, oh my God, Netflix is losing subscribers. Their content is garbage. People are figuring it out and they're leaving. They're going to Angel Studios and other places. Their last earnings, I got to get short. Well, your thesis is correct, but your timing is crap. So like I said, I'm just waiting for that one day where they try and smoke out the shorts and it rips way up here, maybe just above the 200-day. I hope my options account is set up to where I can take a long-term put buy and just sit in something like that. And I'm glad you asked that question. I don't think I would short Walmart, but the last few days has been very weak with this SNAP and EBT and food subsidy thing. But apparently they make 20% of their revenues on the government food programs. And it's not looking good going into the weekend for those people. But no, excuse me. Yes, the when is more important than the why. I'm so good at being early. I can spot the story, but then I'm too damn early. And I've had to always remind myself, you've got to wait for that one counter move and use that to your benefit, because otherwise I'm not patient enough. I would probably be like a 6-month time frame on that. And again, I'm totally new to options. And you know what's really cool? Let me take a divergence here. What a time to be alive. If you want to learn how to trade options and what your best option play is, you got something called Grok and ChatGPT. You say, hey, I don't like Netflix for these reasons. I've got a 6 to 9 month time horizon. I'm willing to risk $1,000 based on the current strike prices and blah, blah, blah. What is my best? And you'll get some really interesting replies. I'm really super impressed at how beneficial AI is now for options players, because it's nothing more than a giant data set. And that's why I've always avoided it. I can't make sense of a giant grid of data with friggin' Greek names and all these different strategies and straddles. I was never interested in that. I just give me a chart, give me a price, give me some volume, and give me a story, and let me try and figure it out. But I want to get better at options, because if I can, then that's my one lever that I can play on the short side on a cash account, which is my 401k, because I'm so lucky to be able to sit here and trade my 401k at the same time of doing what I normally do. And it's been going really well because I've been active in it. Not everybody can be active in their 401ks. They just have to kind of sit back and hope for the best. I see PSLV popping this little 15-minute head up there. That helps. Lots of people making good money selling. Yeah, that too. I'm not sure, quite honestly, that I'm trying to get my foot. Let's put it this way. I'm trying to get my foot in the door. When I went through Schwab, 4 different levels, and I've got my hat in my hand. Please, sir, will you allow me to trade options? And would that include the purchasing of shorts using buying a put? And then once they hopefully tell me yes, then I'll come back and I'll say, is it possible that I can move to level 2 where I can start collecting premium? I don't want a margin account. So you got to be really delicate, and they got to go through their compliance and whether they can approve you or not. So that's the game I'm playing with Schwab right now. Yeah, 3 sharp, especially in this type of bull market that we've had. They just sit back and sell option and just soak in the premium, and it never leaves their account. Excuse me. I've never done that. So I'm kind of excited about trying something new, as long as I understand, what I'm looking at. Like I said, I've got Chat GPT now to kind of help me look at the data set and tell it what my intentions are and have it give me maybe the best strike price and the best term and all that stuff. Expiration. All right, have I missed any questions? Because I'm going to be gone in 10 minutes. I'm seeing a lot of green come through my high-low ticker, so I wonder what that means. It means the market's still putting up the fight. We just might want a doji today. And why wouldn't we, right? Doji. Narrow range. Perfect doji. Hanging man. Doji. I mean, that's really what the market's been giving us lately. So who's to think that today just wouldn't be another doji? We'll see. Level 1 might let me sell. I think I did see that. I'm just, I'm trying to be like super conservative and just set the bar low, because if I could just buy puts, I feel like that'll just really help. Selling premiums really never been my strategy, but I would like to be able to short like I've been able to do in the past with either ETFs. And like I said, they just barely opened the door for me, and Andy and I were laughing. It's like, okay, well, yeah, 401ks regulate. You can't go short. You can't buy levered ETFs. We don't want you shorting America. It's supposed to be a retirement account. But what we will let you do is attempt to short the 7 strongest stocks that are the heaviest weight in the market. Good luck. So we laugh about that. That's the only option we get so far. SFM, let's take a look. SFM. Oh, Sprouts. That's funny too, because my wife comes home and she just says, I hate Sprouts so much. The people that work there are miserable. Obviously, why? Their options are going down. It's too expensive. I can get it cheaper elsewhere. Very interesting. I got to show her this. Because I mean, like, she was like my channel check. That's what hedge funds pay money for. A bunch of suburban wives telling you the parking lot's half full and the employees are miserable. Okay, let's short Sprouts. It's funny. Okay, so the day after bad earnings rule. Remember how I said Tesla bucked its bad earnings, and we looked at something earlier. I can't recall what it was. I think it was Starbucks. Bucked its bad earnings. Okay, that's a positive sign, but what happens when they don't do that? Bad earnings and there's no buyers in sight. Totally different story. And so what happens is you get the war of attrition for about 3 days. If you're thinking, oh, I love Sprouts, this is on sale, no pun intended, you would be wise to wait 3 days. Oh my God, what a beating. Because what happens is, I figured it out, the early traders are out, and then you've got people who are long Sprouts getting to work, opening their coffee, logging in, saying, oh God, no. Okay, what's the low today? All right, I'll put a good till canceled stop in at the low. This will trigger. And if that breaks, I want out. Well, if it doesn't break, they go into the next day. And the same thing happens with everybody doing homework tonight, going, oh my God, tomorrow if it breaks. And you get about 3 days of people that are just like unwilling to just sell it and rip the Band-Aid off and move on. And you just get this leaking of sellers for 2 or 3 days. And so I'm just speaking to people. If you're thinking about buying Sprouts or any stock that gaps down and can't bounce like that, just give it 3 days and you'll get a much better price. Again, I'm taking a stab at like I said, the only lever they're going to let me pull. Well, we'll let you short the strongest 7. Good luck. Let's see how that works out. Again, if this MAGS bounces back up into this area, I'm out. I just want to see if it can just knock on the ice one more time. And that'll be a short. exposure in the market, and then TSLV. Those are the only two positions I currently hold. Of course, the overnight risk in gold and silver, you know, ideally it gaps higher and makes people chase tomorrow. We'll see. I noticed at 9 a.m. Eastern, one of the markets opens up, and usually that's when the banks come in and start selling like crazy 30 minutes before the stock market opens. So if you can survive that come out roll. Strength today in our sectors is gold miners, silver miners, uranium miners, oil miners, producers, silver, the actual silver itself. And then we get to software and services. So the top three are all commodities and heavy items that are physical, which is interesting. The weakest of the day is solar, retail. We looked at retail earlier, and again, I find it very curious going into Apple and Amazon to online retail stocks. How are they going to fare? Are people missing the early tip-off of the XLP, the consumer staples, and the retail? I don't know. But again, that's another reason that I just don't want to be long exposure right now. I'd rather be comfy in cash over the weekend and maybe a little bit short if I'm lucky, and maybe in some silver. But they both have to continue to remain strong. Otherwise, I get out and I just go to full cash. Yep, that's Andy's in that uranium still, and it's looking great. We do have earnings coming up on Tuesday, but that's a good looking chart. We looked at that earlier. When you zoom out, it makes kind of even more sense. It really needed that consolidation, and the minute it breaks out of this consolidation, it could be back on. But it's threatening right now. It's not quite there. All right, I got to leave in a couple minutes, so if anybody has any last minute questions or requests, it's that time. Did you ever send the picture, Michelle? I guess I missed it, so I'll look for it later. That too, Trader 7. That's a possible black swan. Again, retail, Amazon and Apple. If they say we're a little concerned about the retail health, that could be a black swan. You start talking about black swans when the market has just run parabolic like this. Otherwise, you don't talk about black swans. But by definition, we don't know what a black swan is or when it comes. But when it comes, we all know in hindsight that was it. Yeah, we had that as a swing trade on the way back. Yeah, before it kind of just got messy with consolidation for the trade of the week. That one worked pretty well. Thank you.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
So I leave you with this thought.
Uh-huh.
Savage is making it's either $35,000 or $65,000 this year, and if they win the series, he'll make $300,000 as his cut. Wonder what he's going to make next year. But imagine that.
It's amazing.
It is amazing.
Somebody had a great graphic there. I forgot who the pitcher was. It was against Ohtani, of course, and it was like in real time, and the meter was just spinning, like how much money they were making during the game. Ohtani made like 10,000, during his.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And the pitcher made about 300.
Yeah,
they should do that with that pitcher, Savage.
Exactly. All right, my friend. Well, listen, I know you got to go, so I'll let you go. Thanks for filling in, and not filling in. That's the bad word.
Joining.
Joining, yeah, filling in sounds like, well, you're just the filler. You're not this the filler, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I
Well,
always tell people that, you guys are way more swing traders than I am. So they should always head over to YouTube between 12 and 1 to listen to some ideas about swing trading. And I know, are you still kind of mainly in cash, or are you
yes. Yeah.
dabbling? Okay.
I'm mainly in cash. I got some silver and a little bit of short, the magnificent set of 7.
Hmm.
Yeah. I was going to answer this question for the user, Steve, before I left,
Okay.
using our GPT. What's the best PC setup is what I meant to say. Memory, etc. Let's see what it says. I'm just giving people a quick example that we do have a chat GPT built in for our private use. And so there you go. That would be what you'd want to use, Steve. That's based on prior emails and prior data that we have. So hopefully that helps.
All right.
All right.
Okay, Steve, thanks a lot. We'll
See
see
you
you
later.
next week.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Okay, I'm back in the main room, back in YouTube, getting rid of my announcement and grab the screen. I think we're all good to go now. Last thing to do, music. And I'm going to try to hold on, see if it has one of those late dayers. I'm mildly positive on it. I just want to see though if it can hold all this area and maybe have, go 20, 30, 40 cents or something towards the end of the day. That's my goal in it. And that is the ROIV. I was in this one earlier in the day, made just a little bit and got back in just around this level here, around the 19, 17, 18 level. And the market. So what is the market doing? The market is just, look at that VWAP, just kind of chopping around the VWAP. All right, guys. So it's 12:57. So I'll just go over my homepage one last time today. And with my revamped homepage, the scans that I'm sharing, I don't have to say, well, you can ask me for these. Everything you see here is on my homepage now. Well, not everything, not the charts. Charts are up to you, time frames and all that, but everything else. Okay, so on my homepage, at the very top, as always, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. 25% off. You got 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, and that's both the plans, okay? Standard and premium. All I ask, please use my code, whatever it is. It will change from time to time, of course. Why use my code? It helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the use of the codes out there, and if they see enough people using my code, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Now, those of you in YouTube who don't know, there is what I call the trading room. So you guys are in YouTube. You know you're in YouTube, but there is another room I call it the trading room, and there's a lot more action in it, more traders in it, more interaction amongst traders in it. Also, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. The trading room is still open though. I'll have to find out what time today. William, many times will keep it open to 4. I do have to shut YouTube down completely though. So if you did want to head over and still talk trading, you can do so even after I've left. So clicking on my homepage link, we've talked about this. And now if you just keep scrolling down, You can now, Steve Gomez was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. Trades of the week are free. You'll get them before the market. Well, it's one a week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or well, both. Check your spam folder. You don't find it there. Check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Do that before you contact us, please. Now, we do take out a subscription. The first thing you must do, click on that education section that I've got here, and you will see getting started with trade ideas. So 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're thinking about getting it, but you're a little unsure, what I would do is start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether it's the right program for you to at least try. You can always try it for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos designed for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans or the information I'm currently sharing, they're not technically scans, but here you go. Biggest large cap gainers right here. Okay, from the start of the race, large caps. This is this one biggest gainers from the start of the race, has nothing to do with cap size. This is the compare count window, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Okay, I think it's a pretty cool representation of our product and how you can like a different look at our data, how our data can be presented in a crawl. So basically, what you're doing is you're taking two strategies that have very similar filters. The one is usually using a new high of the day, and the other one is using a new low of the day, and you basically compete against each other. Okay, compare the two of them. So anything in red is a potential short. Anything in green is a potential long. Pre-market actives up and down. Pre-market actives up, and the pre-market actives down. This is what I use in the pre-market. And here's the halts resumes over here. Now, I still do have these scans. I'm sharing them. I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. The momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. So any questions about them, please don't be shy. You can ask about that or any other TI related question, trade ideas related question. So, William, you said Amazon has earnings after hours, so I guess that means you'll hang around till about 4 o'clock. See what Amazon looks like ahead of earnings. Yeah, I mean the large caps, Apple certainly, or not Apple, but Meta certainly drag down some of these guys. But let's take a look at Meta right now. Last time I looked, it was down 10%. Still down 10%. It has recovered a little bit. But that's a big drop on with that sort of a float. Apple is also today, okay, but Apple, Apple being Apple, they like to delay it to what 4:30. Most of them release just a little after 4 o'clock, but Apple likes to tease the market, I guess, 4:30. Okay, and Apple ahead of earnings. Well, I mean, Apple is right now a lifetime high up here anyway. Lifetime high right up there. Interesting to see what happens when they release. Boy, this text is man, what a great short from our AI. And you know what's really good about it? Look at it. I mean, look how orderly it is, even on a 5 minute chart. Look at that orange wave. I don't see even one bar piercing the top. I mean, that's about as good as you can get, guys. And right from the almost The alert happened at 9:43, and I think the alert was at 54.50. I think it maybe popped 20. I don't even know if it got 20 cents above before it finally came down again. But I mean, look at this orderly move down. Very simple to keep in the trade when you see the wave looking like this. Now, if you're sitting out there wondering, well, how does he get the wave on? Just let me know. I'll show you how you can get your wave. It's part of the standard service. And it's not a matter of necessarily seeing a buy flag, or it's just a matter if you get into a trade and it happens to be, maybe you got into the trade right here, okay, right there, well before that sell flag, but what you're looking for now is, okay, will it maintain that downward trend? Orange meaning a downward trend, blue meaning an upward trend. So, I mean, if I were even thinking about a potential bounce on text, I would be waiting. I would be waiting to see if you get a curl up and that orange turns to blue. Now, so that I don't have to stare at the chart, what I could do is just put a price alert, maybe above the high of the wave. Okay, because if it does hit that price, it's very possible that that will be the start of a curl up, and maybe it will turn blue. Meanwhile, the market's making now a little bit of a break now underneath the VWAP. Okay. All right, so this was my probably well after eBay, which I didn't. Unfortunately, I just missed my opportunity. But this was my number one focus on the potential short for the OPCH on a. Unfortunately, I was on my break. Right, happened right at noon. I was waiting to see if it would take out the VWAP. This was a short from the AI that actually hit the stop. Okay, and then got halfway between the stop and the original short entry. That was at $27. So, 26.47 right now. I mean, nothing dramatic, but you never know. This could just fade all day. I mean, look at the low today. Look at the low today, $24. I mean, it's still down, and it's an option. I'm sorry, option play. It's a earnings play. Okay, Adobe. You're saying Adobe, and I know what you're going to do if you can, William. Adobe is dropping on inst. Yeah, look at that. So you're looking. Well, I don't know if you've already played the bounce. So wasn't it Fig? Wasn't it Fig is supposed to be the Adobe killer? So really, Yeah, nothing. I thought maybe Fig would be popping on whatever caused Adobe to move down. Ints, okay, INTS, yes, over $1 again. So, Obi, are you getting a, are you getting a real time alert on it? You should be getting a new high alert right. Well, if it takes out 113, so you should be getting a new high alert right now, approximately. I have a feeling what's happening is these are what we call bad prints. Not here. I'm not talking here, and especially in the pre-market. It would concern me if you're not getting real time alerts once the market like the 9:30 onwards. But we know there can be some bad prints in the pre-market, especially around 8 o'clock. Well, we consider bad prints anyway. All right, let me take a look at this. Where could it go on the weekly chart? Yeah, so it's got a. That's right. This is the one that had a ton of room. Ton of room. Look at that. 195 on the weekly chart. I'm not in it. Canva was the news. What do you mean by that? But oh, Canva. I see. Canva launches its own design model, adds new AI features to the platform. So is Canva a private company? Must be, right? So Canva must be a private company. You know, my wife, who does has to look at lots and lots of drawings and doing it. What the heck does she use? She uses, I want to say something starts with a blue. She says it's way better, way easier than Adobe, way easier doing markups, and architectural drawings and all. I think she said it's blue something or other. I want to say blue sky, but I may be wrong. Bluebeam, thank you. There you go, Bluebeam. Thank you, Airburr. Exactly. I'm sure Bluebeam is private also. Airburr, how would you know Bluebeam? Are you do markups and things like that? VCIG bounce. Well, I know that was something to do with tokens, right? Some new token that's starting in 2026. XIV something or other. Maybe. I mean, a little bit of a curl. You can see the curl here, a little bit of a curl here. And I mean, it's still up 56%, but you're right. I mean, it has basically given up well, all the gains. Not all the gains, it's still at 56%, but this is 645 this morning, and it got up to 516. And since then, it's just been, moving down, 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 down. Wonder why that happens to you, Steve. There has to be a rational reason. Well, that'll be pretty wild if INTS gets close to that 198-ish on that weekly chart, 193. I mean, it is it's up because they announced the publication of some data in e-biomedicine. I mean, that's the reason. And you can see INS is right here. Here's GDYN, I think. Now look at that weekly chart though. Lots of support not that far away on the weekly chart for GDYN. This is an earnings play and it has not broken down that much on the weekly chart. So kind of hanging in this area. Sure, the volume is there you go, guys. I was going to say last time I looked. So there you go. 1 billion shares have traded. Okay. INTS, 1 billion. And it's a pretty big float, for a $1 stock, 42 million in the float for a $1 stock. It's turned the float over 23 times. There you go. 1 billion shares have traded. It's always fun to look at time and sales on a stock like this. It's just, over and over and over and over and over again. Not shortable for me, I'm sure. Not that I want to short it, but I just always just look out of curiosity, especially for these with these cheap ones. Yeah, not available at Interactive Brokers. I cannot speak for your broker. Well, a little bit of room for NUWE, a little bit, almost to $4. We're at 363 right now. If you look at a weekly chart, a little bit of room. Whatever you feel comfortable with, 161 or Steve. If you're emotionally attached to the 1 minute and you find it works for you, keep doing it. What I use, what you see is what that's it. I mean, I had the 2 minute chart, but up for quite a while. But I'm thinking, the 5 minute. I only had the 2 minute up just so I could see maybe the buy or sell flag early. But I'm not really paying that much attention to the buy or sell flag anyway. So I'm more comfortable with a 5. But use whatever you're comfortable with. Then the class clown has to chime in, referring, of course, to William. Now, the other thing too is remember, it's not so much. I probably don't even have to have the 15 up. It's more looking left on the daily and the weekly. I probably don't have to have a 15-minute chart. But when I get the alert, I'm not. I mean, well, you've heard me say it a million times. I look left, look left, look left. If I can't see the next line the daily, I go to the weekly. Can't see it on the weekly, I go to the monthly. Obviously, the lower the time frame you use, the more volatile usually the chart's going to look. I've never, I've never used a 1 minute chart. But and the reason being, of course, Steve, is because most of the things I see are near the high of the day, so I'm not having to worry about intraday highs. I'm just worried about okay, the daily, weekly, monthly highs. Where could a stock keep going? I mean, that's why the INTS looks pretty enticing. You can't see it on the daily, though, can you? But that's why you've got to go to a weekly. There, I just expanded a bit. So I mean, that gives you a really, really. Now there could be some days in here, that could be stalling it, but I think a lot of traders will just look at this. With that hugging the VWAP, I wish I'd been around right around here. That was just when I was taking my break, right around here, hugging the VWAP, hugging it, and then right at noon is when no, I still wouldn't have taken it. I still would not have taken it. I would have waited for the $1 break to get interested. And when I say I would not have taken it, I don't mean nobody should take it. I'm just saying personally, I just wait for a dollar break. You're more than well. I wish we had more questions. I really do. Just well, the ROIV is inching its way up for me. Yeah, I'm just gonna hugging the wave, and I like the fact that it's getting narrower, which helps you keep, in my opinion, anyway, helps you keep in the trade a lot easier. I don't know why, but you crack me up. They them tradester. In your little, well, that's fair. Okay, INTS guys. Yes, another zoom up. So just remember what you did, or was it a matter of changing browsers? Interesting. Should be able to use any browser, but okay. Well, you know what I'm gonna do just for out of curiosity is get my daily chart up again and scroll back a bit and just see if there's anything, there we go. Oh, I see why Shady, I think I see why. So that's why you probably said 177. There is a daily high there. That's back in April. I think there's a daily high there, which is it's right at it. April again. So it's right at a daily high here, guys. So that might be a bit of an impediment. There's a high there. Yeah, 132 is a high. April 24th, the day before that, the high was oh, wait a minute. 194. So 194. So the day before that or after that, the high was it's hard to eyeball this. Mm. So that's the high I'm looking at right there. So you can see the price is 128 and the high right there is 132. Day before that is 190, 182. So yeah, so in a case if I were in this one, I would probably want to do that rather than just look at the weekly chart. MGM, what is MGM doing? Caesar I know was down. The other casino, one of the other casinos. So MGM just went positive. I guess MGM just went positive, 15 cents. It's an earnings play. So the next high looking left is 31.85, a little bit of room. Is moving higher. Four S's are moving high, is moving higher. Interesting. Over the whole number now of 10. That's a pretty big number. 10.05. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Can't see anything on the weekly, on the monthly. So the next high in a monthly is 11.58. Obviously, a ton of room. Not saying it's getting there, but I mean that's what it is. Not an earnings play. They have earnings next week, November 4th. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Am I starting any positions? No, I'm only in only one position right now, Jack, from our YouTube room. That's the ROID. I'm taking off in probably half an hour, so I don't generally start any positions half an hour before I leave, but doesn't mean I won't. Now, the other thing, when I leave, it doesn't mean I just leave. Okay, I could be sitting at my computer doing stuff. So, yeah, well, ROIV is giving me a nice risk reward trade now. Well, too late for an entry. I mean, listen, could it keep going higher? Yes, but I mean, the entry was where I'm in at 917 was more in this area. Okay, so I mean, it still has room, but I personally would not take the trade now. But I'm holding in the trade because of the blue wave. I did, William. I'm sorry. So Jack, yeah. So I have a question in our YouTube room. I'm only really an intraday trader, so I don't swing trade. So that. So I'm unfortunately I'm the wrong person to ask. Okay. So I don't have top long term holders like growth stocks. I have to refresh my memory as to where this could go before it starts hitting any sort of resistance. I had to go back to 2022. No, you're wrong. This is an all-time high. Yeah, this is the lifetime high. There's no resistance in terms of chart resistance. That's right. So Jack, we do have one. I mean, I don't. Again, I'm not a swing trader, long-term trader. Now, when you say when you say long term, what's your time frame? Talking to Jack in our YouTube room. What sort of time frame are you talking about? Like, weeks, months, years? It long term means a lot of different things to different people. So to me, long term would be a day, holding a whole day. Because we do have something called the stock composite rating, which is a prior a few months. Well, yeah, so I'm really the wrong person. In this mark, I mean, even Steve Gomez, who was in our YouTube room, he's between 12 and 1. He's right in he's basically in cash right now, and he's a long-term holder. So, but yeah, I'm absolutely the wrong person to say, yeah, you can hold this one for a few months and not worry about it. I mean, some might say NVIDIA, but you got to believe in the story and AI. Of course, how can you not believe in it? But they have earnings coming up on the 19th. At this point, this was an all-time high. But are we going to have a big, like a mini sell-off for a while? I don't know. Well, okay, unusual tech. I mean, again, I'm not a huge pullback player, but I mean, if you got into a trade and then it pulled back to maybe a moving average I mean, you have to have some kind of a moving average or maybe the VWAP, okay? Some area of what could be considered support. So that if you got into the trade and then it pulled back, I'm looking at NVIDIA, that's, the wrong, I'm just looking for anything that might have, so for instance, here, let's pretend that you got into the trade INTS right here at 75 cents and it got up to $1.10. You said, great. And you took it out. And especially when it started doing this, if it had come back into the VWAP, okay, and you watched it at the VWAP and it looked like it was going to hold, act as support. I mean, you could, in theory, take the trade again, right? Now, staying in the trade, you must have heard me say a million times, use the wave. Try, I mean, it's not foolproof, but I find that the wave is a great visual aid in keeping me into a trade. If I were in this trade right here at 78 cents and it did this, absolutely I would take some off, okay? It did this. But I would not get out of everything until it turned orange. And I would just it just hit, and then, now in this case it did completely turn around and start to move. So you might want to try enacting the trade wave, and it depends, it'll look different on different time frames. That's what I would do. That's how I use it, keeping me in a trade way longer than I ever used to. Speaking of which, so only because it went a little bit parabolic here, okay? How see how the wave fattened out? It kind of fattened out. So I've taken some off, okay, of my ROIV, but now I can hold on and see what happens. Now, this is the one that I was looking at a lot earlier, the VIAV. It was a lot like little bit like the ROIV, though this is an earnings play. Just don't know if I want to take a trade right now, though. Ah, sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know why my mic, the mic in here went off. I don't recall. Okay, so I'll do it again. The people in YouTube heard this, but so I was going to say, I wanted to use INTS as an example. Okay. If you had taken this trade down here, and I'm just using, when I say you, anybody, at 77 cents, and you watch it go all the way up to 108, and then it did this, I would, for almost 100%, I would have taken some off. Okay. But I would not have been out of my entire position because the wave did not turn orange. So I would have kept, and in this particular case, of course, it did extremely well from there. Okay. But it could have turned orange, in which case I would have got out the entire trade. So you're asking about how to keep in a trade. I mean, have you considered? You've heard me talk about the wave quite a bit. Have you considered just putting the wave on your whatever time frame you like and trying to keep in a trade as long as the wave, if you're going long? Well, I mean, that's up to you, of course. I don't. It's going to be a lot more choppy on a 1 minute chart, but it's up to you. Yeah. So you might want to consider then you're answering your own question, maybe even going to a 2 minute chart then. Okay. You're answering your own question. I mean, it's hard to keep in a trade on a one because it can be very volatile. So, I mean, I would, on a two, obviously, as you start moving up the time frame, it's not going to be as volatile. But I'm back to using a five. But the other thing, you talked about getting back into a trade. Okay, let's just say for argument's sake, you decided, okay, I want out. I want out of this. I'm in at 77. I got up to 110. Fabulous percentage move. It starts to move down like this, and it kept moving down. Okay, it kept moving down. If you have a moving average that you like on your charts, or maybe the VWAP, you could have looked at that. I'm just saying it didn't happen in this case because it didn't get close to the VWAP. But what if it had got close to the VWAP, that purple line, and you watched it and said, you know what, it looks like it could hold. Put a little price alert above the VWAP, and then if it hits it, you can take the trade and maybe put your stop just under the VWAP as an example. Okay. Well, that's up to you. That's completely up to you. I don't use. You notice I don't have any SMAs or EMAs on my chart. I'm just saying if you have a favorite SMA or EMA, okay, I can't tell you what to use. I mean, there are people who love, I mean, Steve Gomez loves the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart as an example. But I suppose what you can do is just try, see what happens. Put a 2 minute, or put an EMA on your 2 minute chart, an EMA in your 5 minute chart, and see what happens. Yeah, I don't have it anymore, Obi. Sorry. The 34-day EMA, I don't have it anymore. And just see what happens. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule. This is what you should use, okay? There is no hard and fast rule. It's whatever. I mean, the fact that you seem to be glued to a 1 minute chart. I'm not going to tell you not to, but I've never used a 1 minute chart. But there are people out there that, ask us, do you have a 10-second chart, which I think is absolutely insane. But you know what? If you can use a 10-second chart and make money, more power to you. Looks like I should have taken the VIAV. It's amazing, William, and people get mad at us. They say, "Yeah, but, some program that I'm used to has a 10-second chart. Why don't you guys?" They get a little hostile in some of these emails we get. So CE1 from our YouTube room. So this is part of our standard service. So first of all, I'm assuming you have trade ideas, CE1, okay? Assuming you have trade ideas. So I'll just go over this generally, how to activate the wave on your chart, okay? The wave here is a blue wave. You can see blue is strong, orange is weak. That's the way it's color coded. In order to activate the wave on a chart, I'm going to go to my daily chart because I don't have the wave on this chart. So hopefully you're on the correct version of trade ideas, but let's start from scratch. And anybody listening, okay, if you right click on your on the chart, and you'll get a big pop up, and down at the bottom, one of the options is use browser interface. So you check that, use browser interface. You check that, okay? That's the first thing. So I'll speak to you specifically, but others could be listening. So I want to make sure that you are able to check that. If it was already checked, don't uncheck it. So again, right click on the chart, use browser interface. So check it. That's the first step. So let me know if you've done that, if you found it and you've done it. So I just need a yes. Okay. Now the next step, when you do that, you should see some icons at the top. You see what I'm pointing at on my chart, okay? Some icons at the top. One of the icons is an indicator icon. It should be just to the left of the anchor. Now, if you don't see that, you may see something that says FX, FX, okay? So, first of all, do you see that icon that I'm pointing at to the left of the anchor? It's an indicator icon. If you do see that, then you click on it, left click on it, and a little box pops up, and there's an option, and one of the options to click on is trade wave. And when you click on it, the wave will show up on your chart. Now, what happened is it disappeared because it's a toggle on and off. So I just put it back on. Now, for some of you, depending on the version of trade ideas you're on, there could be an option that says FX. Okay, F is xylophone, FX, and that's what you click on, and then you'll get the option of trade wave. Well, Trady, you might get your wish. 170 something or other is imminent now for INTS. Okay, so CE1, you got it. Okay, so now you've got the wave going, and you can put it on your different time frames, and the wave will look different color depending on the time frame you're on. It could be a different color, but the bottom line is that blue, good. Well, if you're going long, orange. So how good was this? Now, finally, there's a bounce. Now, remember I was talking earlier. But look how beautiful this was, an AI trade for us, an AI trade. Look how beautiful that was, following the orange wave down, okay? That was an AI trade from us, and I was saying, "Okay, at some point it might bounce," and then, here it is. Here's that little bounce now. The orange wave has turned blue, and you never know, you might get a nice little run, maybe up to the VWAP. In INTS is halted, yes, and your open could be 164 in that area, so if you're in this one, looking excellent for a potential open above the halt price. Blue screen you see here, blue window you see here. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Now, if you want a little more information about the wave, anybody, if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And then if you go to the Ripster channel, okay, the Ripster channel right here, and you click on it, you'll see there will be a video that pops up. It popped up on my other monitor, okay? And this is kind of goes over the reason behind it all, okay? Now, if you don't see the video, it may be behind, okay? Sometimes I know people say, "I didn't get the video." Well, that's a problem because it depends how many monitors you've got, but sometimes it's behind the channel, okay? So you could look at that, and that gives you a little bit of an idea about what it's looking for, the principle behind it, and it is customizable. You know, if you really want to get into it, if I click on Trade Wave, okay, so now Trade Wave comes back, and I click on it. Now notice just to the right of Trade Wave, there's a little series of little icons. You click on that, and here's how you can customize it. You know, it's all about a fast EMA and a slow EMA crossing. I think this is the default, the 5 and the 12. But you can see you can create your own crosses depending on the time periods you like, the periods you like. So I just left it as the default, and don't and you know that's about that's all I know about it. Okay, but it helps me to keep in a trade. It's really nice, you know. I mean, this is very nice. I mean, 45 to 47 on the curl. So, you know, what you can do is, you know, you see some of these that have been just beaten up. You know, eventually, usually they're going to bounce a bit. All right, guys, it is now 1:53. So I've got, you know, maybe 10 minutes or so. I'll always say later if there are questions. Okay. If you ask me questions, I'm here. And if I don't see any questions, I usually take off. But okay, we just opened and well, you got your wish, Shady. You got up to 172, I think, 173. And the next high after that, if I can get through that again, is that what did I say, 192 or so? So fabulous, fabulous move. I think it's halted on the way down. I think it's going to get halted on the way down. How can I tell? Because a stock that is moving this quickly, there's no way it's just going to hang at like at that bid ask for a while. No way. So now your halt price is 150. It doesn't absolutely mean it's over, but you know the opening is maybe a little less underneath the 150. Doesn't mean it's 100% over though. Man, I should have taken that VIAV. See the little transition right here. This is not where I would have taken it though. I had a price alert at just over 17. But you see that transition right there from orange to blue? Yeah, but you never know, Ahmad. You never know with these cheap low floaters. So I'm assuming you made money. We're talking about INTS. You guys have been talking about HBIO, another cheap one. Yesterday, this was a 40-cent stock, so it's doubled. You know what? I am going to put a price alert. Let's see if what happens tomorrow. See, there's your high right there, 95. There's a higher. So I'm going to put a price alert around 111. See if it gets over a dollar tomorrow because it definitely has some room to keep running if it wants to. Yeah, I mean, witness what happened to the CVU, Ahmed. I mean, this looked awesome. I mean, this looked really, really good. I was in this one and I escaped, but it looked really, really good. I mean, it took out that high. I thought, okay, it's got a real shot to get to the 5 level. And this bar right there, that was so quick down, just like that. Now, I wouldn't have got up, but was there a reason you got out of it? Not just, you don't get out of it just because it's a low float, but did something happen like or, in INTS, I don't see anything that would have got you out of the trade in any big way. I mean, I can see getting out some here. I explained that, but holding on. Yeah, Moderna. Wow. I mean, the high of the week is taking out that 2 week high, 28.48. It's right there. The next high is 29.55. So I mean, this could easily see. Look at look how beautiful that is, especially when it narrows. Okay, when it narrows, because when it really expands, getting a little parabolic, and that's when I think, okay, people who are in earlier and it starts to get parabolic. The minute it has any sort of a downturn, I think that people will start to bail a bit. Whereas you're more likely to keep in the trade when the wave is narrower because you're not getting anything too wild, price action too wild. Okay, it's just opened and let's see what's happening to it. All right, guys, it's 1:59. So I'm going to start wrapping this up for myself. Again, I'll always stay if there are questions. So what I want to do first, though, for those of you who are on YouTube, if you click on my homepage link, Whoops, I'm sorry. I put the YouTube link in. Don't click on that. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is for people in YouTube, okay? So clicking on my homepage link, if you scroll down just a little bit and look to the right, trading room, okay? So the trading room, this is the other trading room. The trading room will be open until around 4 o'clock. I'm leaving, but somebody will, a lot of people will still be in the room, okay? No, there's no screen sharing. Nobody's on the mic. There's still a lot of action in the room. So for those of you in YouTube who want to head over, you can just click on my homepage link and find the trading room link, because I have to shut down YouTube because I can't leave it unmoderated. So other than that, I don't see any further questions. So as I always like to end, thanks for all the help all day long. Sorry earlier on, I had to, we had some answer a lot of questions, and that's fine. I mean, that's why I'm here, to answer questions. It just took me a little bit away from trading, but that's okay. Great, no questions. Okay, so again, thanks for all the help, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. The main room will be open around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, of course. I'll try to open YouTube sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and I'll get on the mic at around 9. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now in the main room and stopping the screen sharing. Okay, Ahmad, did you have a question? I mean, I can hang around if you've got a question. Okay, don't see any question. Okay. Okay, guys, I have to shut down the YouTube stream right now. So I'm ending the YouTube stream right now.